Hey folks, so I've done a lot of 50 to 60 leveling runs at this point, but a lot of them were early on where I just did the campaign, so I decided to cut those sections of this run out. So I already did part of Bastion and got to level 52 and a half, roughly, but I'm just going to show only me doing Threads of Fate, because I think that's the part that a lot of people are still skeptical on. But I made a leveling guide like back in, I think it was like October, November, about the most efficient way to level from 50 to 60, and Threads of Fate played a big part in it, and it's still one of the fastest ways to level. So I'm just going to start this timer here, not like for anything serious. This is really more of a just to show how long it takes type of timer. And I do just kind of want to demonstrate how fast this is, really, because Threads of Fate now is pretty chill. There's nothing really difficult to it. You just kind of fly around, do world quests, do bonus objectives, which are really, really quick. And overall, I just feel like it's a great source of experience. So I'm going to show that. And as usual, while I do this leveling stuff, I'm just going to talk about stuff. You know, what's been going on the last few weeks and stuff like that. Uh, the first time I tried to record this, which was like about 10 minutes ago, I started and then Liquid finally killed Halandris. So like my guild was freaking out about that. So I just said, I'll record like 10 minutes later. But I thought that was pretty cool. Like just literally happened at the time of me recording this. And on that note, I am curious to see how like, our mythic progression is going to go this tier because this guild, they're good, right? Like, they're not, like, amazing. They're not even close to Liquid, but it's like, a cool situation where they're, like, a good guild that's also, like, fairly chill. Like, not top 100, not anything special like that, but they get cutting edge, and they have a fun time. And I'm hoping that, they're still going to be able to handle all the stuff in this new raid tier. We did fairly well in Sanctum, and there's a lot of good players here, but I guess that remains to be seen. Stuff like Halandris makes me kind of concerned that everything's going to be like mega overtuned, but, we also don't have double legendaries, so hard to say. And I guess on that note, I did ask my guild's leader a little while ago for like permission to discuss this, and he was like, oh yeah, sure. So I normally don't like mention this a lot, but my guild right now is Beef Society on Illidan, and I really like playing with these guys. I also forgot to get the Renown token, which I'll probably do, in a bit, the moment I get to Oribos. But anyways, yeah, so Beef Society on Illidan, these guys are, like, actually, like I said, pretty chill. I like playing with them, but we do try to take mythic ratings somewhat seriously. So if you think that, like, you're a good player and you're looking for guild to play in to do like mythic prog with, then feel free to apply. I have absolutely nothing to do with the recruitment process, so I will give the disclaimer, of course, that don't message me and be like, oh hey Haraldin, I applied to your guilds, like can you put in a good word for me, etc., etc. I don't care if I know you at all. There's like no favoritism there, right? Like if you want to apply and you end up making it, awesome. If not, I have literally no say, and I will not pull any strings. It's just one of those things where I figured, hey, maybe somebody who's watching this is looking for a guild. I figured I'd throw it out there. And I think at the moment, according to my guild leader, we're specifically looking for warlocks, and outside of that, there's like just general DPS spots open where he's like, yeah, no particular class that we really, really need, but, he's open to people who are, like, really good at a certain spec. But Warlocks is the one class where he was like, oh yeah, if somebody plays Warlock, like, really, really would like that type of thing. So, I don't know. Yeah, figured I'd mention that. Usually don't, because admittedly, I've talked about this before, but the one time when I did do that in the past was... Why am I not getting the bonus objective? Did I complete it already? Wow, that was fast. Huh. Cool. And I've just been sitting here killing stuff, and apparently I already got credit. Yeah, that goes to show how fast that is. I didn't even process that I had finished that bonus objective. And then we go do these two over here and just kind of head down this side of the map. But yeah, so last time I tried talking about one of my guilds is at the start of Shadowlands when I was leading my own guilds. And that one I've mentioned before went over with like some mixed results. So still drinking coffee, in case it isn't obvious. I feel like I'm always drinking coffee, but is what it is. I need coffee to function. But yeah, so my guild at the start of Shadowlands, I led that thing pretty much entirely on my own. I had some officers to help me out early on, and eventually they stopped playing. So by the end, it was just me. And from the very beginning, I was kind of open to looking for new recruits. So I was like, oh yeah, if you want to join, let me know. And I did say from the very start that we were, a mythic raiding team trying to take things more seriously. And it still led to people coming in assuming that they would just get a raid spot. Like, a lot of people would tell me, like, oh, I love your stream so much. And they figured that that's all they needed to do to get a spot on my team. Like, if the entire decision was based on favoritism. And I would kind of tell people, like, this is a mythic team, right? We do need to make decisions based on actual performance. Like hell, when I ended up forming the roster, at one point I had to sit my own cousin, because even though he's my cousin, and basically like one of my best friends on top of that, at the time, he wasn't performing well. Now, being my cousin, obviously, he understood that, so like he kind of benched himself. He was even one of the officers, and he was like, yeah, no, at the moment I'm just not performing well. So he sat himself, because like that's what good players do when they know they're not performing. But all that to say, like, basically it was 100% performance driven. There wasn't like any favoritism whatsoever, not to family members, not to viewers. And a lot of people just could not wrap their head around that. So it ended up being this pretty ugly situation where I had to tell some people, like, hey, I can't bring you on the team. We have 20 slots, and we have like 35, I think it was at the time, people looking to join the team total. And a lot of them just were not Mythic Raider ready, basically. And, well, no matter how clear you try to make something, the unfortunate reality is a lot of people just aren't very reasonable, So I ended up having not a very fun time with that. A lot of people getting mad at me and like blaming me for not inviting them to the Mythic Raid team and stuff like that. It sucked. And obviously I didn't want to be put in that situation. But in this case, I feel a little bit more comfortable about it because, like I said, I have no hands in that. Like, I do not control the roster whatsoever. I am not in a position of power in this guild. I just tank stuff. I tank stuff and I have a fun time, and that's really all I want to find in a guild at this point. But yeah, I think I've thoroughly beaten that point to death, so I can move on to the next one, which is my mounts. So, yes, I've gotten Keystone Master already. It's, what is it, the end of the second week, and I've managed to get it. I think I got it like on Saturday or so. And obviously a bunch of other people at this point probably have Keystone Master, but I would imagine, there's a decent chunk of people watching this who probably don't have it, because it is, at this point, I would like to say, pretty impressive. I am happy with myself, like, I'm not pushing the highest level of keys in the world. I'm not doing like plus 22s like some people I know are. But I was really lazy last season, and I didn't get Keystone Master until like months after the tier started. And this season, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to get it as soon as possible. So the moment the season started, I just kind of rushed it. And I have been doing a lot of Mythic Plus. And I've been doing it on 2 characters as well. So I haven't even like seriously hardcore pushed, because if I was, I would just be running non-stop keys on my Brewmaster. But I've been doing a bunch of 15s on my Brewmaster, and I've also done a bunch on Blood DK. Because on my Blood DK, I've been trying to bare minimum get 8 keys on my vault every single week, but I also figure I should probably try and keep it up to date, like, to a reasonable degree. So I've been trying to get my Blood DK, like, all 262 gear and stuff like that. Still missing a few pieces. Like, I think my belt is still kind of low item level. It's like 236 or something like that. Just never managed to find a replacement. But we're getting there. And it's mostly just because for the fights where Blood DK will be good, which at the moment I think is going to be... It's hard to say for sure, but Anduin I'm pretty sure is definitely going to be a Blood DK fight. Like, specifically Mythic. I'm playing Brewmaster for everything on Heroic. But when we get to, like, Mythic Anduin, I guess we'll see now. Oh. No. Friendly. Oh, I think that guy's dead, though. Oh, yeah, Rogue's killing him. Oh, well, that sucks. Okay. Cool. I did not mean to get that achievement. I'm sorry, Mr. Bear. If it was up to me, you would have lived and you would have continued leveling, but unfortunately that rogue had other plans and my tab target judgment helped him along. But cool. An honorable kill. Nice. Let me clean up my bags because it's like bothering me. Alright. And yeah, Mythic Plus has been... It's been fun. I really like this new affix. Like, I've heard mixed things about it. Some people aren't, like, super thrilled with it. But personally, I thought it's, like, really, really good. And I guess compared to what we had before, which was, what's it called? The Anima Power one. I just think this is a huge improvement, honestly. Like, the last Anima Power one, we just kind of picked the same Anima Powers every single time, and they were just, like, at the exact same spots. I guess, like, even now the relics are at the same spots, but it just feels like a lot of times there's more stuff that you can do within a run to spice it up, to, like, make it unique. And the relics just offer you, like, more flexibility, and I really like that. I think it makes it a lot more fun. And honestly, just the damage component of it is much, much more fun to use. So, with the relics, right, you have, at best, it was, like, the one where you would have, like, volcanoes popping up below people or something like that. Like, those were probably the coolest damage things to use, but now it's, like, you get your major cooldowns back, like, every other pull, or get, like, a mini Bloodlust, something like that. Personally, I love though, the one that gives cooldowns back all the time. Like, in my guild groups, we always just hard focus every single pull. Except for, like, some exceptions, right? There are times where you want to do an Invis Scamp and you go for Woe, and that's always cool. Like, one of my guildies suggested doing this route in the other side, which is, like, you get Woe off the first pack and then you go straight to Ardenweald or something like that. And it's absolutely wild, just skipping all that trash and then doing the dungeon in a backwards way, but it's actually pretty fun. Like, I really, really like that strategy. But yeah, there's just so much cool shit you can do with it. I think it's really cool. And at this point, I think, probably, I can just go and do a different zone. So I'm going to go to Ardenweald from here. So pop over there. And we'll get started there. So the main thing that we're going to be doing in each zone, obviously, you know this if you've seen my threads routes, but I'm just going to be trying to get all the really important stuff done. And I also want to make sure that I get every single zone unlocked before I start doing dungeons. Even if you start a dungeon and you don't have, like, this quest unlocked, the dungeon will give it for you. But before I go into any dungeons, I want to have these quests. So this is where there's, like, a bit of a controversial recommendation that I made in my guide. And it's kind of like where I see it, people don't need to do this. So I can go Iron, Starlet. There we go. People don't need to do what I'm going to show right after this world quest. But at the end of the day, it does speed things up. It is a faster way of, leveling. And I don't really know how Blizzard could change dungeon rewards, but I think that to a certain degree, the way they have it now, where, you know, you're just incentivized to only complete, like, certain dungeons that you have quests for, it's not good. It doesn't lend itself well, I think, to having people stay. And what I'll always preface this with is, if you are not happy with this method, just don't do it yourself. You don't have to. But the fastest way to get dungeons done is to get as many quests as possible. So right now I have half of them. Then queue up for this dungeon. And obviously I'm a tank, so, you know, faster queue times. Now, when this dungeon pops in a few minutes, which I'm surprised it's not instant. Tank queue's surprisingly long today. But whenever it does pop up, if it's Necrotic Wake or Tune of Scythe, I do the dungeon. Awesome. If it's not, I leave. And that is the way that you're supposed to do dungeon queues of this. Unfortunately, the reality is that spamming dungeons, unless you have a full stack, is not that efficient. It's more efficient to just do, like, other stuff or more of the campaign. But within threads, the fastest way to do it is to just grab all the dungeon quests and try to complete a dungeon quest with one of the dungeons. And that way you can, like, double dip with the experience. So here, Hibernal Hollow. And just run around and do a big pull. I think I've talked about Mythic Plus to death at this point, though. But I still have a lot of other topics to cover. So, on the note of Mythic Plus, I guess, little funny story. There's like this hunter who I'm friends with in my guild, and they were like big into boosting communities and stuff like that. And she put together this little dungeon group to push stuff like outside of our guild or whatever. But the reality is, whenever I'm, you know, doing keys or something like that, my first priority is always like, can I get keys done for people in the guilds? Can I get somebody a piece of gear that will end up helping us, like, in raid? Something like that. You know, makes sense. But I kind of feel weird because I never, like, I said I was into pushing keys. I was like, oh yeah, if you want to put a group together for that next season, I'd be down to push keys. Okay, perfect. I don't need to leave. We got Mists of Tyranid Scythe. But then I guess she took that to mean, oh, I'm just gonna put together a group of random people I know, some from Illidan, some from different servers, none of them in the guild, and this is going to be our key pushing group. And I don't know, I feel like kind of an asshole. They seem like nice people, but I just have no interest in running with them. And I've been in this, like, kind of awkward position for the past week where they keep asking, like, oh, like, when does everybody want to do keys? And I've even said, like, you know, I'm doing keys, but I've tried to be, like, as honest with it as possible, as, like, I'm doing keys with my guilds, and they're my priority. Like, you know, you guys all seem like nice people, but I just kind of got invited to this Discord group, and I have no real plans to run keys with you. I just got kind of dragged into this, and in reality, I'd rather keep it, like, within the guilds. But now I feel like if I don't run keys with them, I'm gonna be an asshole, because it's gonna seem like I, you know, signed up to do this and then suddenly backed out. I don't know. It's a weird spot that I'm in. They also seem like way more serious about keys than I am, though admittedly that was more of an issue to me before starting the season, because, like, in Season 2 I barely touched Mythic Plus. I got Keystone Master fairly late, and then I didn't touch keys at all ever again, because I only wanted it so I can upgrade some pieces of gear. But at this point, I've actually been doing a lot of Mythic Plus, and I'm like, oh, yeah, no, actually, I do enjoy this. I'd definitely be down to push this season. But it's almost like, not with these people. You know, they're nice, but I'd rather just push with my guilds. And I don't know, I wish everything wasn't so complicated. But at least, if we do end up running stuff, they don't seem like toxic elitist players, which is, like, usually my one big concern. And shit. I'm like, I'm torn between trying to like focus and get this dungeon done as fast as possible, and just like kind of being more relaxed and telling stories. But you know what? I'm still topping DPS as a prop ally, and I guess it doesn't really matter. Oh, ooh, I know something good to talk about. So, speaking of the world first race, because I was mentioning that earlier with, you know, Halandris just getting killed before I started recording this. So, if you've been following the world first race, you'll know, obviously, that it's a lot different. A lot of stuff has changed. And one of the interesting things that happened is most of the top guilds did not go into Mythic right off the bat. So basically, the first boss ended up living for over 24 hours. And this created an interesting situation where some lower end guilds decided to attempt the boss. And if you haven't heard, a guild called the Early Shift killed Vigilant Guardian before any of the other guilds. Now, it's been an interesting experience seeing a guild like the Early Shift being praised by the community. In case you're unaware of the Early Shift, I'd like to share my experience there. Because let me just say that, like, that guy who runs that guild and that guild as a whole, which is basically just him, like, the guild leader, the guy who streamed it, is pretty much the entire guild. At this point, I'm pretty sure, like, 90% of their roster has left over the years, and it's just, like, he's the face of the guild, and he just keeps recruiting an endless stream of players that leave, inevitably, once they realize that he's just a gigantic piece of shit. And it's so funny, and a little bit depressing, seeing how praised he is, I guess, or at least at the time, when this guy, even openly on his stream, is such an asshole to his team. So, okay, Early Shift. I shouldn't talk shit unless I can, like, back it up with a story, right? I joined Early Shift in late Nyalotha, and when I joined them, they were on N'Zoth, right? I think they just killed it, and, you know, they were looking for a new tank, right? Obviously, I play tank, right? So, I joined them. I already knew how to tank N'Zoth, so it was pretty simple. But apparently, not only were they looking for one new tank, they were looking for 2 new tanks. So, I wasn't just replacing the tank that had immediately left before me. Apparently, I was also replacing the co-tank that I had at the time. And when I joined the guilds, you know, I always ask, just as a, you know, general curiosity thing, and I obviously want to avoid the same pitfalls that my previous tank that I'm replacing had. I was like, okay, so what happened with your previous tank? Like, why are you recruiting me? What did you not like about your previous tank? Just so I know not to do that too, basically. And, oh. Alright, well, if nobody was going to pick a thing, then I will. But this guy basically said, oh yeah, no, our previous tank was shit. And then he was like, but we're also looking to replace our current tank, who was a demon hunter. And he went into detail telling me about how absolutely terrible the current demon hunter tank was. And I'll be honest, their current demon hunter tank was not good. Yeah, he was right about that. I guess I'll guess this one. Oh, is it only 3 rooms or something on normal? I guess the maze is shorter. Cool. Yeah, so their new tank, or their current tank at the time, wasn't very good. Definitely not wrong about that. But, like I said, I normally ask this stuff just as a curiosity thing. Like, for instance, when I joined this guild, the one I'm currently in, I asked them, like, oh, you know, just out of curiosity, like, why are you recruiting a tank? And I found out that one of the officers, who actually stepped down since that point, but is still raiding, was previously one of the tanks, and he just wanted to DPS. Like, he had tanked because they needed it, and then they just, or he wanted to swap to DPS, so they were, like, looking for a tank over time, and it wasn't, like, a huge deal for them. But, you know, I applied. They were like, yeah, you know, this guy seems like he would be a good fit. And they took me, and the officer got to go back to DPS. And, I mean, that officer was a good tank. Like, he's been, like I said, playing on DPS since, and he's a good DPS, and he was a good tank. So, no issues there. It was like, oh, cool, you know, yeah, somebody wants to swap roles, totally get it. So, understandable. You know, pretty, simple conversation. But generally speaking, I'm not looking to, like... What the fuck? How? I don't even... What? I don't know. Okay. Well, that was bad. The water there is apparently too shallow. Unless I had water walking or something. I don't even know what happened. Whoops. You know what? I'm gonna bop myself this time. So it doesn't happen. Alright. Cool, there we go. But yeah, so I'm not looking, when I say stuff like that, to hear like a giant dissertation on why, you know, the guy that I'm replacing absolutely sucks and is the worst tank ever. But that's what I got going into here. And it's unsettling right out of the gate, because hearing him talk about, like, you know, this co-tank behind their back, like, it didn't feel very professional. But the weird thing is, everything else about the guild felt too professional. Like, this guy, it's kind of impossible to talk about the guild without talking about him, Zammy, and I don't really feel like that's an issue, because at the end of the day, at this point, he's a pretty public figure. He's open about, like, being the guild leader. I mean, hell, he streamed in front of, like, a lot of people, thanks to the World First race, but he's... like, he runs his guild like a business, or at least he runs his guild like he thinks a business should be run. You know the type, where everything is, like, super serious and, you know, has to be, like, very proper or whatever, and he has, like, the, you know, no bullshit policy or whatever, and, like, on that end, it's all serious. So, it's, you know, like I said earlier, this guild, they kill mythic bosses, they get cutting edge, and they have fun. This guild is not like that at all, or his guild is not like that at all, the early shift. They are 100% serious. Like, every time I, like, went to one of their raids, it was, like, no fun allowed, right? You know, if somebody started, like, talking, he would, just for fun, he would say, like, oh, shut up. Like, the only time you could really, like, talk was during break. I don't know, maybe if I joined the guild at a bad time, but when I was in there, I just could not understand why anybody would want to raid in this guild, because it was just fucking miserable. And that's just the environment, right? Like, you know, sometimes you have a more serious environment, and that's fine, but that's where it conflicted, because it was like a serious raid environment where, like, no fun was allowed, but then on top of that, it was, like, extremely unprofessional in the way that he just, like, talked to people. You know, it's one thing to get, like, tilted. Everybody does, but as a raid leader, he would go into these, like, gigantic, like, rage-fueled rants directed at a single person. Like, my co-tank at the time, the one who he went off on describing to me when I first joined about how, oh, this guy's, like, the fucking worst, and, you know, we're looking for you to replace him, that kind of thing. Every single time that co-tank made a mistake, and he made a bunch, he would just get grilled in front of the entire raid by the GM. Like, basically telling him he's so shit, like, I don't know how we even killed N'Zoth the first time, you don't know how to fucking do this mechanic at all, you're so fucking garbage, etc, 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 etc. And I was doing the mechanics properly, right? Like, I was doing my job, so I, technically at the time, like, I had nothing to worry about. But I'm sitting here like, look, I'm showing up to raid every single day. I'm having absolutely no fun because, you know, that's kind of how the guild ran things. And I'm watching this grown man scream at people for messing up a mechanic on a boss on farm. And, you know, while I might not be making any mistakes at this immediate moment, what if I eventually do? What if, like, you know, a year or so down the line, I end up being in this guild and I fuck up a mechanic, and I get screamed at by this dude in front of the entire raid team. I would not enjoy that at all. It was already uncomfortable to sit through, like, when you're not the one being targeted. But imagine if you were. And I just kind of thought about it, and I'm like, yeah, I don't need that shit, right? I don't want to end up being on the receiving end of this. So eventually I just left. I think I was there for like 3 weeks. And finally, after like one really bad day of N'Zoth, and the way that progression with that guild worked, right, is at this point I was already there for farm, but they would, they had like a set of scheduled raid days, but because it was farm, he would expect to have things done like as soon as possible. So he kept saying he wanted to do a full clear of Ny'alotha in one day, because that's what the top guilds did. Now, there was no fucking shot in hell we were doing a full clear of Ny'alotha in one day. So we would do, like, most of the stuff up to N'Zoth in one day, and then everything plus N'Zoth in the other day. But on, like, 2 out of 3 of the weeks when I was there, this isn't what happened. Like, I think by first week, we managed to do that. And then the other 2 weeks, it ended up being, we just did not have the time on the second raid day to do all that stuff. And we ended up having to push it back to a third day, which was already on the schedule, mind you. Like, that was supposed to be the third day we have for progression, but he just wanted to be able to cancel raid because we were done for the week. So instead of just being like, okay, well, you know, it's raid time, we'll come back tomorrow, our third raid day, and finish off N'Zoth, it would be like, okay, we're gonna, you know, have an hour or two of overtime until we kill this boss so we don't have to show up tomorrow. And, like, obviously at the time, I wasn't, like, doing anything serious. I think it was, like, August, so middle of the summer, right? Didn't have classes or anything like that. But generally speaking, you know, you like to make plans. So there were a few cases where I'd, like, told people, oh, yeah, you know, my raid ends at this time. I think it was, like, 3 in the afternoon. So I was like, oh, yeah, I can do keys or something after my raid is over. And then it ended up going for, like, another 2 hours. And it's like, yeah, sure, we don't have to raid the next day, but, you know, I make plans around this. And God forbid if I had had, like, IRL stuff going on. Like, if this, let's say, if I'd stayed in this guild until the semester, and then I was in a position where I needed to leave to do something important, like go to class or something, and he's like, no, 2 more hours, that would fuck me. So that's just, like, not a healthy atmosphere for a guild. And I'm not going to, like, dive into this because I have seen it mentioned, thankfully, on a lot of other places. Like, there are a lot of people who know about, like, how garbage the early shift is as a guild. So in a lot of different places where I've seen people talking about, like, oh, the early shift, this unknown guild that ended up getting World First Vigilant Guardian, I've seen a lot of people thankfully show up and be like, hey, here's some information about them. Probably shouldn't be, like, hyping them up because I really hope that not a lot of people join their guild as a result of this. But another thing that a lot of people have mentioned, which all I can do is confirm it. I'm not really going to go into it because it's not really something I want to talk about, but it's extremely racist. The guild leader, specifically, right? Like, obviously, the members aren't at fault for the stuff the guild leader does. Like, I wasn't condoning the shit the guild leader would say just because I happened to tank for them for 3 weeks. But I can absolutely 100% confirm that the guild leader is, like, a closeted racist and said some really fucked up shit during the time that I was there. The very limited time that I was there. And I'm glad to see that, well, I wasn't crazy. It wasn't, like, a limited thing for me. A lot of other people I've seen have said stuff like that. All this to say, it's a dog shit guild with a dog shit GM, and God forbid if you had the idea of, oh, this seems like a new up-and-coming guild that I should check out because they got world first on Vigilant Guardian, spare yourself the trouble. It's not worth joining, speaking from personal experience. But it was interesting seeing them going in and getting world first on that, which, like, they absolutely were not prepared for. That's like a different thing, probably a bit more petty, the fact that, like, I don't think they should have gotten it. The only reason they did is because, you know, from my limited experience with him, Zami, like I said, has like a liquid max complex. Like he wants to run his guild like a business. Like he thinks that he's running liquid, but he's not. So I'm pretty sure that he thinks in his head, like, oh, this is his big break. You know, if his guild gets World First Vigilant Guardian, like, it's gonna show the world that, like, you know, he's actually a serious GM. In reality, the dude's just like a fucking joke. But, you know, that's besides the point. It's like, I don't even need to talk about, like, that side of things to say it's a shit guild, don't join it. For your own good. But rant aside, World First Race has been pretty interesting. Even if it's just like stuff like Halandris taking absolutely forever. I do want to focus on this big pull for a second though. Okay. Been a hot minute since I played around with Divine Soul Prop Alley, because I pretty much only do this during leveling runs. Because on my other Paladin that I've done like endgame stuff on, I'm Venthyr. But for world content, I feel like it's probably better to just run with, whatchamacallit, Divine Toll, because, I mean, that thing is just absolutely fucking busted. Okay, so I have 3 anima cones, and I can go pop open the seeds, which should be around here somewhere. There's supposed to be seeds. Okay, there's one. Alright. So, what else? Oh yeah, at some point I kind of want to play Guild Wars 2 again. That's one thing that I've been, like, leaning towards trying, but I want to make sure that everything is 100%, like, set and good to go in terms of, like, rating and whatnot before I actually start playing other games. Like, I don't want to, you know, half-ass one of my characters, but I feel like at this stage, my Monk is pretty set, my Death Knight is also pretty set. I think I can probably afford to start playing Guild Wars 2 a bit more, but I've heard really good things about the new expansion, and I'm really anxious to, like, play it and see how it is, because all my friends seem to be really enjoying it. But I'm not sure if I'll record it. So I guess I'll put this, like, in here, because I've mentioned it before, but I don't think I've ever said outright, like, if you would want to see, like, just general Guild Wars 2 videos, let me know. Like, throw a comment or something. Say, like, oh, you know, I love Guild Wars 2, would love to see videos on it. That kind of thing. Because it's a game that I enjoy and that I'll probably play regardless, but if there is enough interest, it is the type of thing that I'd be willing to make videos on. As always, right, like, at this point, no video will come at the cost of another video. I generally only have to, like, sacrifice videos if it's, like, really tight. Like, I had to sacrifice a few things during the patch 9.2, like, PTR cycle, just because I had to work so much in that. At this stage, I'm going to get out, like, you know, all the same videos I'd already planned, at least for World of Warcraft. And anything for, like, a different game is just a bonus. So, anything for Guild Wars 2 or Final Fantasy XIV, which, on the note of Final Fantasy XIV, I think I briefly mentioned this in my Discord, but I'll mention it here too. So, I've tried to do Final Fantasy XIV speedruns before, like main story quest speedruns. And I've said in the past about those that the main thing I disliked about it is that because there are so many dungeons involved, basically like half of the speedrun is just queue times. It's, you need to get good groups and you need to get fast queues. And the only way to get reliably fast queues is to play a healer. So even though healers may not be traditionally faster for leveling, it ends up being the fastest thing to play just because you cannot get instant queues on any other spec, or any other role, I should say. And I have nothing against healers in Final Fantasy, but it's just not the type of thing that I'm really interested in playing. So, as a result, I just never found myself to be super interested in main story quest speedruns, just because of the fact that I couldn't actually play what I wanted and get a reasonable time. or even play the role that I wanted, not just like the class. However, recently, they have announced that they're going to be going back and adding trusts to all of the old A Realm Reborn dungeons, which I honestly never thought they would do. And I kind of offhandedly remember saying in one of my Final Fantasy like speedrun practice things, oh, you know, this seems fun, but I hate the queue times. But if they ever add trusts to A Realm Reborn dungeons, then I think I would actually try this. And at the time, which was like over a year ago, I was like, yeah, no shot they actually do that. So I said it more as like an unfortunate thing, like, that would be great, but you know, that they would never do that. It's so much work. You know, why would Final Fantasy XIV actually go out of their way to do something so minor to make the new player experience better? Because, you know, I'm coming from World of Warcraft, right? You know, I'm used to it just being like, you know, fuck it, new player experience. You get like a new zone once every 15 years. That's it. But they're doing it. They did it. Like, at this point, I think it's not out yet. It's going to be like later this month. But they've already confirmed they're making trusts work in A Realm Reborn dungeons. And that's so fucking crazy to me. Like, that's actually a super big quality of life thing for new players, because a lot of people get really anxious about doing dungeons with like other players. This is going to make it so much easier for people to learn the game. It's going to make it so much easier for DPS players to actually get the story done. Because one thing I've heard from some of my friends is that queue times could be absolutely brutal for DPS players. And as a nice little side effect, it's going to mean that there is no variance at all in the Final Fantasy A Realm Reborn speedruns. It's going to be entirely based on how well you can do the quests. And now suddenly, I find myself really interested in doing a Final Fantasy A Realm Reborn speedrun. And I know it's going to take like 15 hours. Like, people have told me, oh, like that speedrun is brutally long and stuff like that. I don't care. I can handle that. To me, it's just like, if I'm going to do a long run like that, I don't want there to be so much variance. I don't want it to be like, I could just get like a really shit group, or I could just get like a 30-minute queue time that absolutely fucks my run completely out of my hands. That's the type of thing where I'm not willing to risk it. But if it's 100% deterministic, I can just practice the route, learn the strats, and eventually get the world record. Fuck yeah, I'm in. So that is something where, you know, I said Guild Wars 2, right? If you want me to make videos on that, let me know. Like, if you're excited for the Final Fantasy speedrun, let me know, I guess. But it's happening. Like, that is a 100% done deal, I am doing it type thing. You know, I don't care if, like, nobody wants to watch it. I am 100% gonna do that, because it's something I've wanted to do for a very long time. So I hope people want to watch it. Kind of hard to say for sure. But I think, like, 15 hours of this, I know a lot of people enjoy, you know, the laid-back, like, leveling style. I hope people would enjoy that. I'm gonna have to get a lot of stuff prepared to talk about if I'm gonna fill 15 hours. But I think it would be really interesting. It's something that I think would be a lot of fun. And do I have any... Okay, so there's one more bonus objective left. And the world quests. No, there's no world quests here anymore. Okay. This quest line I mentioned before is really efficient, though. So even though it right now might seem like I'm not being super duper efficient, trust me, it's worth it to do this. It's just really good experience for the amount of time that it takes to do all this stuff. And then there's like a few more quest lines after this that are pretty good. And okay, I can go do this thing. I've been forgetting to do Wild Wormgrist, though. I always forget, and I always just, like, pull a bunch. Okay. Only issue with Adventure Shield, though, is it keeps aggroing these larvae, so I keep ending up doing bigger pulls than I would like just because of this. But okay, at this point, it's kind of hard to focus and think of talking points, so I'm going to just go through my list of things that I'm going to talk about. Oh, okay. Okay, so I guess I haven't really talked about just overall my thoughts on Sepulchre, the first ones. I kind of did. Actually, I kind of did that in, like, the last video, but I guess, like, not a lot of people watched that. And it was also probably not, like, as coherent as I wanted, because last video was a bit hard to, like, focus while talking during. But Sepulchre so far. So at this point in time, my guild has gotten 7 out of 11 heroic. We've gotten everything but the jailer on normal because, you know, jailer drops fuck all. And we've seen a bit into phase 2 on Anduin. Admittedly, I wish our Anduin prog was better. We've had some people who are just really struggling with Anduin, and it's made it a bit difficult to see, like, further into the fight. But overall, seems like a cool boss. But the rest of heroic, I feel like, I don't know, it's cool, but right now, and just in general, I think that this tier kind of has a problem. And it is just grossly overtuned. And I don't like to throw this out a lot, because I think that a lot of people cry about, like, you know, oh, it's overtuned, if it's something they can't do. And I am all for difficult content. Like, I love when a raid is difficult, I love when something tests my limits, but let's be real here. They overtune the shit out of this raid, and it's starting to reach that point for me where I'm just not having fun with it because it's so overtuned. So, for instance, Anduin, I think, is a great example. Halandris was a little bit overtuned on Heroic, that is. Obviously, Mythic. Do I even need to say that Mythic Halandris is overtuned? Like, if you've been following the Race to World first and you don't think Halandris is just overtuned as fuck, like, not even a penultimate boss, and he took that many pulls. The only boss that's still ahead of him in terms of pull count is Fallen Avatar, which was the hardest penultimate boss of all time. And Halandris is like, what, the 5th to last boss? Like, yeah, it's dumb. So already we know that some fucky shit's going on with the tuning. But then on top of that, you have Halandris being, or Anduin being this brutally hard on Heroic, even still. And, you know, if you've managed to kill Heroic Anduin, like, obviously good for you, that's great. But I hope that you can at least admit that Heroic Anduin is probably harder than any heroic boss we've seen in a very, very long time. And especially harder than any non-final heroic boss. Like, when I look at Heroic Anduin, I think, like Heroic Sylvanas wasn't hard, per se, but, like, in a pug, she was kind of annoying. But even then, could have been worse. Also, this world quest just popped up, so I might as well do it. It's not too hard. I don't know how that only hit the one egg. But I guess, like, what are some good examples? Heroic, what was that boss in Nyalotha? I can't even compare, Anduin to Zanesh, because Zanesh wasn't hard. Like, I guess there's a difference between hard pug bosses and just hard bosses. Like, if I'm thinking about, like, actual hard bosses that, like, actual guilds would struggle with, which is where Anduin's at, probably, like, Kill Jaden is the last one in recent history that, like, really comes to mind as, like, yeah, this boss is just unreasonably difficult. I don't understand how any average guild, like, even at my guild's level, is supposed to be able to kill this boss, like, early on. And I'm not asking to, you know, basically get gear for free. But I feel like the issue with making a boss like Anduin so difficult is it's heroic, so it drops heroic gear. So I'm kind of okay with spending a lot of time doing a mythic boss because, like I said, I enjoy a challenge. And so far, I've enjoyed the challenge that Anduin presents. But I think Anduin has actually made me realize that I've been saying for a long time that I don't care about gear. And to me, all I care about is the challenge. And yeah, I actually think I'm kind of wrong about that. I actually think that, no, to a certain extent, while it may not be, like, my main driving factor, I do actually care to some degree about getting gear. And Anduin kind of made me realize that because I kind of was doing the fight and I'm like, I like this boss fight. This is a fun mythic boss fight. Except Anduin is a fight that I would really enjoy on mythic, but I'm not enjoying it on heroic. Why? Well, I think the simple answer is because it drops heroic loot. So I'm looking at this boss fight and I'm like, okay, if I finally finish this, what is my reward? My reward is that I get to do, or I get to get 265 gear, which I'm eventually going to replace. And pretty much it's only a tier helmet, because for Brewmaster Monk, none of the other stuff is good. I'll pop over to Maldraxxus next. Man, none of the other stuff from that dungeon, or from that boss, is good for Brewmaster. It's just tier helmet. So I can get a 265 tier helmet, which, like, for the record, 2 people in my guild already have mythic tier helmets, because that's just kind of how the gearing system works these days. Like, you can get a mythic tier helmet out of your mythic plus area, and suddenly you already have mythic Anduin loot. That's it. So I could get that at any point, and suddenly I won't need anything off even mythic Anduin, much less heroic. So there's no reason for me to want to kill him. And after that, we go to the final few heroic bosses, which, sure, I guess the tier is nice, but nothing there is, like, spectacular. So what I'm trying to say is, like, as much as I enjoy the fight, I know that, A, I'm not doing the full version of the fight. The full version of the fight is going to be on Mythic. So this is needlessly difficult for something that I'm already going to have to do a second time. And it doesn't give a reward that's comparable to the difficulty. It doesn't give the best gear in the game, which is what the hardest fight should give. The hardest fight should give the best gear in the game. I think everybody would agree with that. But at this point, Anduin is one of the hardest fights we've seen in this game, especially for heroic difficulty, and he does not give gear to warrant being that hard. So, as much as I enjoy the fight, and I'm sure when we get there on Mythic, I'm going to have a lot of fun with it, right now, I'm finding it hard to motivate myself to really care about killing Anduin on heroic, because it's like, it's so much work, and for what? Like, what the fuck is the point? And I really do feel like Blizzard, to a certain degree, kind of just has lost sight of, like, why people enjoy this game. And it's like, who is this appealing to? Like, I guess the World First Raiders. Like, I'm sure Max is probably going to say, like, oh, yeah, you know, he loves how difficult this raid was. And that's great, you know? Like, I don't blame them for, you know, really enjoying, like, a challenge and stuff like that. Like, I would imagine that it's really fun having even heroic be, like, a huge test. But the reality is, for every single other guild out there, when you're used to being able to get AOTC on week 1, and then suddenly, in order to test the, you know, World First Raiders, Blizzard is like, oh yeah, we're gonna make it so AOTC is, like, so difficult that only 2 guilds in the world get it on week 2, and, like, not even 1,000... have 1,000 guilds killed Anduin? I don't even think they have. Like, not even 1,000 guilds can get past the 4th to last boss. Where's the fun in that? At that point, you know, everybody's just slamming their heads into a wall that gives 265 gear, when I can just go do Mythic Plus for 262 stuff, which is almost as good. And obviously, yes, once again, doesn't drop tier, but the Vault does. So, you could maybe make that argument in the past, but at this point, I can get tier from the Vaults. What the fuck do I need Anduin for? So, it's just demoralizing, is really what it is. It's demoralizing seeing a boss be this hard, and just drop, like, nothing significant. And it sucks, because I don't want to take that attitude with it. Sorry, I need coffee. Yeah, I don't want to have that attitude. Like, I generally speaking like to have the attitude of, like, you know, I don't care about gear. At the end of the day, I would still like to think that I'm generally speaking indifferent to it. To me, it's like, I get gear when I get gear. Like, I always want to be, like, one of the last people in my raid to be, like, geared. I've said before, like, to the officers and stuff, like, I am bottom prio for tier. Now, obviously, if tank tier was somehow, like, absolutely godlike and carried the raid, then yes, I would take tier first, but it's not. Brewmaster Monk 4-piece is great. It's awesome. I love it. But my 2-piece gives me nothing. Not nothing, but, like, nothing even remotely worth a tier bonus. It's dog shit. But the 4-piece is awesome. So, in the immediate moment, it's more important that we get tier to, like, our DPS, who get, like, a sizable increase for both 2-piece and 4-piece. And then when I get 4-piece, I can start absolutely kicking ass. That's great. But I'm still doing really good damage. I'm still surviving consistently. 4-piece isn't going to, like, make me insanely more powerful than I already am. It's just gonna be nice. So I'll take it when I take it. And that's kind of the attitude that I've been approaching it with. But in terms of... I need to go get the Renown token. I've wasted 12 Renown at this point. It's not a big deal because, like, Renown is also kind of easy to farm, but still. How do I want to do this? What I can do is just... Here, I'll go over and get the, Plaguefall quest. Then I'll Hearth. Then I will get the Renown token. And then I'm going to go ahead and fly to Revendreth and do the Halls of Atonement questline. That's the current plan. So... Yes. Yeah, I feel like... What was I trying to say? Yeah, overall, they missed the mark on this. And I think there's a difference between wanting a challenge and just wanting to have your teeth kicked in and having stuff, like, gated really early. Because, give it, I don't know, 2-3 weeks, and we're all going to have 4-piece. No matter how progressed our guilds are, if you've been doing Mythic Plus, you're probably going to have 4-piece within, like, a month or so, unless you're incredibly unlucky. And especially if you're in a guild, you'll almost certainly have it. So, if we're already going to have, like, almost guaranteed 4-piece, like, really early, and then double legendaries and stuff, and then it's going to make it really easy, why... I don't know, why make it, like, so brutal to get into? Because I keep hearing that. I keep hearing that argument of, like, oh, well, with double legendaries, it's not going to be that bad. It's going to be much easier. And, like, I'm sure, but then why didn't we get it right off the bat? Why do I have to sit here and slam my head into Anduin for, weeks on end, just to then later on get a piece of gear that's going to let me trivialize him? Because that's not fun. At that point, it's like, I'm not having fun in either scenario. I'm not having fun when I'm just beating my head against the brick wall, and I'm not having fun when I just smash right through that brick wall with a double legendary. Like, neither situation is enjoyable for me. So, why not just give us double legendaries right off the bat? Why not give us all of the power up front, and then balance the raid around that? So, it seems like they've done, that kind of in the sense of balancing the raid around double legendaries, which is great, and that it's not going to just, like, completely fall over the moment we get it. But that just means that a lot of it feels impossible for lower-end guilds when you don't have the double legendaries. Not to say that even my guild is lower-end. We're, like, I would say mid-tier, probably, is a safe bet. We're not like a dog shit guild, but we're not like a top end guild. But I still think even then, we should be able to have a reasonably normal time clearing the content, and not have to, like, slam our heads into it. Oh shit, I forgot to actually pick up the real quest. Here. Plague on your house. There we go. And then I have the Plaguefall quest. Perfect. Now I can go back. Go Ring of Fates. I don't know. I'm ranting at this point. I know it's like, some people are probably gonna just leave me a comment saying, "Get good, you don't like heroic rating because you suck at the game," and oh my god, you should just learn to play noob, that kind of thing. And yeah, I get that some people have that mentality, and like I've said, I don't, I feel like uncomfortable having to complain about this because I don't want to make it seem like I hate difficult raids. I love a good challenge. I was talking to some people in my guild the other day about how Mythic Fallen Avatar and Mythic Kill Jaden are two of my favorite bosses of all time. They were brutally difficult and I loved them. And a lot of people in my guild were like, how the fuck can you say that those bosses were good? They were just like stupidly overtuned, stupidly hard for no reason. They sucked. And I was defending it. I was like, no, Fallen Avatar, Kill Jaden, banger bosses. Yeah, they were hard, but they were also really fun. Like, I love a good challenge like that. But that's the thing, I spent months on Kill Jaden. And aside from the fact that my GM at the time was super toxic, which is something I've talked about already, the thing about, Kill Jaden is he was just a really fun boss. So he was really hard, really fun, and I enjoyed actually just spending time on that and working on that because it felt rewarding. It was, ooh, no, I can't use the scouting map. I'll fly to Pridefall Hamlet and just, get on my mount for the rest of the way. But yeah, those months I spent on Kill Jaden, I enjoyed because I knew it was a difficult boss. Because I was like, yeah, this is a challenge, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with being challenged and having to like work for this this kill. And when we finally killed it, it felt awesome. But what I'm trying to say is my issue isn't with challenging raid bosses. My issue is with artificial difficulty, I guess is probably a good way of putting it. It's the fact that right now Heroic Anduin is hard, and I'm pretty sure that even Tuesday, right? Tuesday, my guild, we've gotten really unlucky with tier pieces, right? We've gotten dog shit luck with that. So we have maybe like two tier pieces, or like two pieces, and 0 4 pieces, despite the fact that we cleared the last two bosses in normal. I think one of our hunters has 3 piece, and that's it. But that is the most we have. We have one hunter with 3 piece, which obviously doesn't give anything. It's just 2 piece plus half of what you need to eventually get 4 piece. And we have like a few other 2 pieces which aren't very consequential, like Havoc Demon Hunter, which, our Havocs are good, don't get me wrong, but Havoc Demon Hunter in the grand scheme of things does not have a super valuable 2 piece. So there are some tier bonuses that we could get that would really overall help our group, and we have not gotten really any of them. I think the only other tier piece we have that's like good is we have another hunter 2 piece. So 2 hunters have 2 piece, one of our demon hunters has 2 piece, and it's like, I think one of our healers has 2 piece, I want to say. I'm not 100% sure. Either way, we've gotten really shit RNG with tier. I've gotten 0 tier pieces, but once again, like I just said, not a big deal. I am like bottom prio for tier, and I am perfectly okay with that. But, it's one of those things where it's like, if nobody is getting tier that actually needs it, like, fuck, I wish I'd at least have gotten something. That way I can begin progressing towards it for Mythic Plus, but oh well. Just really bad luck overall so far, is what it is. So what I'm hoping is that, or well, not even what I'm hoping, because like, I kind of wish that this had happened last week, and that we would have gotten to have like a normal week or something like that. But what I'm assuming is going to happen is this coming week, we're going to get a lot of tier bonuses because, everybody's maxed out their vault pretty much. I've been helping a lot of people do keys. I've maxed out my vault on 2 characters, and, it's still Monday. A lot of people show up like super late and get their keys done now. So I'll be helping a bunch of people tonight, probably. And then, statistically speaking, a bunch of people are going to get 2 piece. And that's going to be a huge damage increase. And probably going to be enough to help us get Anduin this coming week. And then, once we all get double legendaries the following week, I would imagine that everything is just going to fall over. Because if we're already that close on Anduin, And from what I've seen, the damage check on Lords of Dread is like almost non-existent. It's basically just the mechanics. Rygolon seems like entirely a damage check fight, and I would imagine that once everybody has double legendaries, it shouldn't be too bad. I can't really speak to the jailer. I didn't watch Liquid do it. I heard that they killed it, and that's about the extent of my knowledge at the moment. But I can't see at this point Heroic being challenging when everybody suddenly has their tier bonuses and double legendary. It's just going to be easy at that point. And that means that I basically fought an artificially difficult boss for 2 weeks, and then 1 week just go in there and roll over him with much more gear. That's not fun. That's just kind of lame. I don't know. So I'll end that rant there because I know I probably am starting to repeat myself, but it is something that's like frustrating me with this. Like, if you're gonna add all this player power, either don't tune around it and basically let the player power be like a soft nerf to the raid. I dislike that strategy, but at least when they've done that in the past, it hasn't felt as bad. Because it's like, if you want to clear the content early on without the stupid, like, player power stuff, you can. But then later on, if you're in like a lower tier guild, sure, that gives you a way to easily clear the content without having to like be super duper good at the game. I don't know. Like, I don't, like I said, don't like that idea because it also devalues player accomplishment. But I think that is preferable to the current system. Because what I think, honestly, you should do is just have no player power upgrade stuff at all. Just gear, that's it. I think everybody's been pretty clear that that's like the best option. But then, even then, if you are going to have player power upgrades, give us access to it early on and balance the raid around it. Just give us double legendaries at the start of the patch. And then make the raid hard, even if you have double legendaries. It seems so simple. I don't know why they don't do that. But I feel like that would just be so much better. I would rather feel like if I'm wiping on a difficult boss, that it's because we're just struggling on this boss, not because we're missing a lot of stuff that the fight was tuned around having. You know? That's about it. But moving on to other stuff. So, what can I talk about? There's a lot of stuff. Oh, yeah. So I have a lot of, like, random things on this list. I guess, I'll start going through the backlog of some of the other things that I talked about, or put on this list and planned to talk about that I, like, never got around to just because, like, it didn't line up. But, I guess, End of Sanctum. So, right at the end of Sanctum, we, tried doing some re-clears, which, normal. And we did Sylvanas and stuff like that, which was great. But then we also tried doing Fatescribe Rocalo. And Fatescribe Rocalo somehow ended up being worse than Sylvanas, because the thing about him is you actually need to do the mechanics to actually get that fight down. Sylvanas you do too, right? But, I just get all those achievements right off the bat? Cool. But yeah, so with Fatescribe, if one person doesn't do the mechanic properly, everybody gets one shot. And despite it being, at face value, a fairly easy boss, it's really annoying with that. So, I went in, this was the day that Warhammer 3 released. Now, I could sit here and talk at length about Total War Warhammer 3's launch and all the issues that it's having. It's disappointing, to say the least, but that's kind of besides the point, because when the game first came out, I was really excited to play it. And I was, like, basically saying for a week in advance, I am not showing up to raid on this day. I am going to be playing Total War Warhammer 3 pretty much nonstop. Now, I don't blame my guild for the fact that I did end up showing up. Nobody forced me to, show up to raid. Nobody said, like, oh, Haraldin, you need to show up for this raid, etc., etc. But basically, they mentioned that they were going to have somebody, like, swap to tank for that. And they were trying to get people their Fatescribe Rocalo kills right before the patch ended. Because the way it ended up working out is that day, when Warhammer 3 launched, ended up being our last raid day of the entire tier. And I didn't know this initially when I had called out, because I had called out like a month in advance. And then a week before, Blizzard is like, oh yeah, new patch comes out at this point. So I'm sitting there thinking I'm going to be calling out on just like a random day. Turns out, no, the day that I'm calling out on is going to be the last day of the patch. And that puts my guild in a bit of a tricky situation. Now, obviously, I could have just said, you know what, I called out, tough shit. But I didn't want to be that guy who ended up costing people their potential Fatescribe Rocalo kills because, I wanted to go play a video game release. So I showed up. And once again, 100% my decision. I just felt like it was the right thing to do. But at the same time, I did want to make it feel like I wasn't wasting my time. Like, I did want to, like, actually kill the boss and then get out of there, like, early. Because, it was the only boss we were planning on doing. We technically also had Painsmith left on the lockout, but despite the fact that I need Painsmith, I didn't even really want to do Painsmith. I think we had all kind of agreed that, like, yeah, at this point, fuck Painsmith, we'll just not do him anymore. Like, most people have what they need off him. So it was just Fatescribe, and we had 3 hours to kill him. And Fatescribe is an annoying boss, but it's not that hard. And for some reason, and this was one of the things that really, really, really frustrated me about, like, the guild leadership. The one time when I've really had, like, a disagreement with them was on the Fatescribe strat. Because if you don't know how Fatescribe works, right? Fatescribe is a circular room, roughly. And there's a bunch of rings in the center of the room. And basically, the rings will activate, and you have to stand on these runes and put them into the right spot and, like, rotate them around and stuff like that. And in order to rotate them, you stand on them. And then that happens during an intermission. And in that intermission, 2 ads will spawn that the tanks need to pick up. Now, those ads on Heroic will cast something that can be interrupted. It's very easy. The only hard part is getting the runes done, because once the runes are done, it's just a matter of burning down the tank ads and you're good to go. On Mythic, however, the cast cannot be interrupted. So you either need to be out of range or you need to be line of sighted from the cast. Or if you get hit by it, if you're like within 40 yards or something, you get a really nasty dot on you. And that's already a pretty difficult phase to heal through. So having a really nasty dot on top of all of that can be extremely difficult on the healers. So the reason I'm saying this is because the way that you're supposed to deal with this mechanic is you tank both ads, drag them to a corner, and LOS them around this little, like, brazier thing. Like that. This thing, right? I think it's called a brazier, right? It's like the little thing with fire in it. In that, like, little pot, kind of. And there's stuff like that in Fatescribe's room. And it LOSs. So you hide the ads on one side, then everybody stands on the other side. When the cast starts going off, you run behind the brazier, thing goes off, everybody's LOS'd, you're good to go. And if you do this properly, only a few people will end up getting hit by this thing if they're, like, directly in the line of sight while doing the runes, and then you just heal through it. That's it. Yeah, not too hard. Problem is, they didn't do the strategy. So, if Fatescribe's room is this circle right here, the brazier would be located, like, here and here, or so. The ads will spawn right in this area, and right on this area. So, you want to have one tank grab each and drag them to a brazier right here. But they took him all the way over here, or told us to take the ads all the way over here, which is the polar opposite side of the room from where the ads spawn. So no matter how well you kite these ads, they are going to end up going through the middle of the room ever so slightly. And once again, you cannot interrupt these kicks. So at some point, there is going to be a cast that goes off that basically hits every single person in the middle of the room. Now, there are 2 things that happen because of that. 1, everybody doing the runes gets the debuff and gets absolutely fucking blasted. That's bad, because, you know, it hits pretty hard. If there's a ton of people with that debuff, it makes the healers have to work much harder. Or, two, everybody who would normally be in the middle of the room has to stand really far off to the side to avoid that, and then go to their assigned location to begin actually doing the runes, which means that we lose time on it and have a higher potential of wiping if somebody makes a mistake. Both of these things would happen on any given pull. Sometimes we would just lose people because they get the debuff and they would just die. Sometimes somebody would have to run really far to avoid getting hit by this thing, and then by the time they made it back to their room, they fell too far behind. They didn't end up moving it in time, and the entire raid got one shot. And this kept happening, all because they were dead set on using a strat, which it was dumb. Like, I have never seen in my life a strategy for a boss that bad. And thankfully, I don't know why, but this appears to be like an isolated incident. Like, so far, everything in Sanctum, you know, if there's like a strategy suggestion or something like that, that like I have or other people have that, like, you know, we think is better, the officers are like pretty open to it. Like, we have discussions about it. There hasn't been any issues with that so far. And every other boss in Sanctum, they were pretty good about. But I don't know what happened when they were doing Fate Scribe prog, because I joined them when they just got to Sylvanas. Like, that's when I joined this guild. It was like around like 6-7 months ago or so. And they had just gotten into Sylvanas, and that's around the time when I joined the guild. So I wasn't there for Fate Scribe. But I don't know what the fuck they did that resulted in them using this strategy for it. But it's nonsensically bad. Especially, like, I can understand maybe you don't immediately think of, like, the Brazier strategy. Like, to me it seemed obvious, admittedly. But I can understand maybe that not being the first thing that comes to your mind. But we had multiple people bringing this up, saying this strategy is so much easier, it takes all of the difficulty out of the fight, and they refuse to swap to it because, well, we've already done this boss with the other strategy. So, since we've already done this fight, we already know how it works, we're not going to change things up. We don't want to make people learn the fight a different way. And I kept trying to explain, like, no, it's the same thing. It's literally the same fight, just easier. You have less work. It's so much easier to do it this way, and they refuse to hear it. And I'm hoping, like I said, that momentary, temporary thing, lapse of judgment type of deal, where, you know, it was the last night of the entire tier, and they're like, well, we already killed it with this strategy once, let's just do it again. Don't really feel like learning anything new, and that won't be a recurring thing. But, well, the end result, for the record, was that we did not kill Fate Scribe at all. I think we had like a 0.5% wipe or something like that, which was brutal. But the reason it was a 0.5% wipe is because, once again, we lost people during the intermission to the tank things just hitting them while going through the middle. And I was, like, trying my best to, like, I would hug the wall, try and, like, drag it as close to the wall as possible. I was, like, standing right next to it, and then the moment the thing would start casting, I would chi torpedo out. I would, like, get the fuck out of there at the last possible second to make sure that, like, I was baiting it as best as I possibly could. The moment the cast went off, I would immediately go back in, monk taunt it, speed it up, get it closer to the side, and I was even, like, face tanking some of those blasts and just defensiving through it, because I could afford to do that, right? The boss itself didn't hit very hard, just to make sure that they were in the right position so other people wouldn't get hit by it. But people still would, and to a certain extent, I don't blame them. It's really hard to dodge, especially as a melee DPS. It's, like, so brutally hard to avoid those hits as a melee. So, that, like, pissed me off. At this point, that actually happened, I think, like, over a month ago by now. Because that was... yeah, that was, like, the 17th, and it's almost the 17th of March. So, almost a month ago. But, you know, I put that on there when it happened, and I just haven't had a good chance to talk about it since. But that was a major frustration for me. Like, I was hoping to be in and out, like, in an hour, just get people who missed out on Fate Scribe their Fate Scribe kill, thankfully I had already gotten Fate Scribe, like, before I had joined this guild, so, like, I can safely say that I killed every boss in Sanctum of Domination. But I can understand the frustration of, like, you know, you have Sylvanas killed, and you haven't killed, like, one of the earlier bosses, and because of that, you're sitting at, like, 9 out of 10 Mythic, and it looks like you haven't killed Sylvanas when you have. Like, that must be really annoying. I get it. And I wanted to help people out, and we just ended up missing the kill because we refused to use the logical strategy. So, unfortunate, but, you know, that's kind of how it goes with that kind of stuff. What do I need to get? Dredger chisels. Okay, so I don't need to kill anything else, just need to pick up chisels. And while I do that, is that a... No, that's an overflowing chalice. Oh. Yeah, there's a chisel. Just didn't get interrupted there. And chisel. And then there's one over here. Cool. What else? So, oh yeah, I kept saying before that I was gonna watch the Sylvanas kill video. At this point, I might, like, upload my Sylvanas kill video in, like, a, you know, separate thing. I feel like it's so distant from the actual time of it now. If anything, it'll be in, like, an unlisted video, but I don't think I'm gonna review it at this point. So, let me clean that up, actually. So, I have, like, so many older things on here, yeah, that I've already talked about. Let me just, like, get rid of this. So, Fate Scribe Mythic, talked about that. I have patch 9.2 campaign speedrun on here. I don't remember what I was going to talk about in regards to that, outside of the fact that, like, I did that speedrun. Oh yeah, I remember what I was going to say. Yeah, real quick, so, in case you didn't know, I did a speedrun of patch 9.2's campaign. This was on the PTR, of course, but I did the entirety of it. And not as many people watched it as watch, like, my normal leveling runs, that type of thing. So if you enjoy watching these types of runs, because I know a lot of people do, a lot of people say they enjoy, like, the laid-back, casual leveling format, I did want to make it clear that the 9.2 campaign run is literally this format, just with the 9.2 campaign. It's like, same format, just different topic, right? So all I'm doing is the quests and just going through it as I normally do. And then, you know, when the campaign finishes, which takes about, like, 3 hours, give or take, then I'm done. Now, some of the commentary that I talk about in there probably is, like, a little bit dated, but there are a few stories in there that I told that are probably still relevant. Like, not like, it's not all about, like, patch 9.2. It is, like, the usual thing where I talk a bit about the patch or the run that I'm doing, and then there's just some, like, you know, casual storytelling in there. So I remember, yeah, now I remember why I put that there. I just wanted to let people know that if you skip that video because you thought it was just going to be, like, you know, its own isolated thing about, like, the campaign, it is basically this exact format of just telling stories while doing something. And in that case, I just happened to decide to do the 9.2 campaign instead. If I remember, I'll link that video in the description, so that you can, like, very easily watch that without having to, like, comb through all the stuff on my YouTube channel. But yeah, I did want to make sure I made that clear because, you know, I'm not, like, upset that people didn't watch it. A decent amount of people still did, but I know that some people probably would have just been confused about that. And people always ask me to do these runs anyways, so it's one of those things, I guess, where since so many people enjoy these runs, I figure there's a decent amount that just kind of missed that one because they didn't realize that's what it was. So there you go. There's, like, a bonus run. If you didn't watch that, there's a bonus one of these that you didn't even know existed. It's just not a leveling run, it's a campaign speed run. And that one actually was a speed run. I can safely call that a speed run, whereas this is just a leveling run. Alright, we got Necrotic Wake. Nice. It's gonna get a little bit harder at the end to get, like, the right runs that I want, because right now, that was, like, a 3 out of 4 chance to get a good dungeon, because I needed a Necrotic Wake, Halls of Atonement, or Plaguefall, so 3 out of 4 chance. But after this, it's going to be basically a coin flip. If I get Halls of Atonement, or, what's it called? Plague Fall, great, but if I get Necrotic Wake or Mystic Tierna Scythe again, then I have to leave the group. And if I'm lucky, I'll be able to get all of them just by doing random dungeon queuing. But there is, of course, a chance that I don't. Alright, so summon my Steward here, and then I can do this, reactivate this Goliath. I figure it's like, you know, I might as well try to do this like I'm doing a Mythic Plus. You know, save time. I'm not going to do like invis skips or something like that though, because I feel like that's like a bit too extra. If I tried to like invisibility skip something, and I don't even think I have invis spots on this character, so I'm just going to like play it safe, do normal strats, stuff like that. Oh, this guy's name is Zinch! Ah! A Warhammer reference! Wait, both of our names are Warhammer references. That's awesome. I didn't even notice that. That's sick. I've seen like a surprising amount of Warhammer references. I don't know if it's just the fact that like, you know, my character is a Warhammer reference, so like I've been looking out for it more. But like I saw a guy named Scarbrand the other day, and I was like, ah, I know what that is. But that's a funny coincidence. We both ended up having Warhammer references. I think I mentioned that in like the part 1 of this leveling speedrun, but in case you didn't know, this character's name, Alariel, is the name of a High Elf Lord in Total War Warhammer 2. So, yeah, I really like that game. I figured, you know what? I'm going to make my prop heli named after that. Is it unoriginal? Maybe, but I don't give a shit. Alright, reactivate this Goliath. And then I'll do a big pull. The moment I get the thingy-mabobber. I would like to think that, like, for what I have to work with, my transmog is pretty good. Like, obviously, if you don't know Warhammer, you're probably gonna be like, what the fuck am I wearing? Like, this transmog probably makes absolutely no sense. But I actually think that for the tools at my disposal, I think I made it pretty fucking good. I'm happy with it. Alright, gonna do this. Big pull, big pull. Come on. That went well. Fuck yeah. Alright. I just realized, though, using this mount in a group setting is, like, actually hard flexing. I, generally speaking, don't like to, like, ride around Keystone Master mounts because I feel like that is, like, just super extra. Like, I don't want to be that guy who's, like, you know, flexing all his, like, mounts and stuff like that. The main reason I wrote it here is because I figured it would be funny to, like, showcase in this video. Just, you know, for solo leveling and stuff like that. And it would also remind me, like, oh yeah, I should probably talk about, like, dungeons and stuff at the start of the video. Which it did. I was successful in remembering to do that. Because sometimes I forget talking points, which is the entire reason why I made that list for myself. So I don't forget. But now I'm in the middle of a dungeon, and I'm riding a fucking Keystone Master mount. And people are gonna be like, oh, it's one of those people. One of those guys that, like, rides around on his mount and, like, thinks he's hot shit in, like, a normal dungeon because he got, like, Keystone Master. And, you know, I find big pulls fun, but I also don't think that, like, anything I've done so far is, like, an over-the-top pull. Like, it's all pretty run-of-the-mill, pretty standard. Divine Soul, group them all up. Nice. Now, I am gonna do something really stupid, but that's going to be for the upstairs phase. I'm gonna grab this thing, and I'm gonna save all my cooldowns on this boss, because I'm gonna do the entire room in the Necropolis area. And I think it's gonna work out, but I don't know for sure. I guess we'll have to see. I guess I can pop Seraphim, because, like, by the time Seraphim's back up, Avenging Wrath will be up. So, like, it doesn't really matter. Oh my god, Amarth is dying really quick. Yeah, our DPS are really good.
Defensive.
Was I not in range to... Oops. Thought I was in range. Alright. I guess I'll get far left. Alright. So... This... Removing stuff from my list of things to talk about because I've already talked about it. Oh, God. Well, one thing that I can talk about, which, oh, that's a thing. I wrote the words on, my list. This is what I wrote on things to talk about. I just wrote story. And the story in question is the World of Warcraft story. Just the WoW story currently, how bad it is, and my thoughts on it. Because people have already been asking me, like, what I think about, you know, the new cinematics and stuff like that. You know, I talk about that a lot in Discord and stuff like that. I'll mention, as always, if you want to join my Discord, at this point, just shoot me a message. Don't really want to put, like, a public invite out there yet, but there's a decent amount of people in my Discord, and usually talk about, like, stuff like that when it happens. Like, people ask me, like, oh, have you seen the new cinematic yet, etc., etc. So I figure I'll talk about that. Because... oh boy. The WoW story is, it's something. Now, I'm honestly, like, very impressed by the end cinematic for Sepulchre, the first ones. Because, like, I went in having absolutely zero expectations. I expected it to be the worst cinematic, you know, we've seen in Shadowlands so far. And it's impressive because it actually managed to be the worst cinematic we've seen in, like, a video game ever. And it's like really, really, really impressive that I managed to set my expectations so low and they surpassed it in a bad way. Like, how do you write that poorly? Like, a fifth grader, no, a fucking first grader could write a better story than the fucking idiots working at Blizzard right now. It's genuinely amazing how bad this shit is. Like, you're telling me that the guy who's been spending the entire fucking expansion saying, "Death comes for the soul of your world," and shit like that, is a good guy? And yet he was just misunderstood? And he was trying to save us all? And you're gonna convey this fact with him saying, "A cosmos divided will not survive in his dying breaths"? And that's your idea of good storytelling? It's like, you know, I just, how, I don't have words, really, you know? Like, before, I actually, like, I made videos talking about the story and about how bad it was. But at this point, it's like, what's the point, man? Like, if you need a video to tell you that the story is bad, you're too far gone. Like, what the fuck? I don't even know where you go from here. Oh, okay, he moved. And that's the thing, like, I've also, I guess the one thing I will comment on, because I've still seen this attitude pretty frequently, is a lot of people keep saying, I hope the next expansion story is good, and makes up for it. Should be able to get it. Oh, somebody walked in front of it. God damn it. So a lot of people are hoping that, like, whatever it is, like Dragon Isles or whatever the next expansion will end up being, I guess we'll find out in like a month or so, that it's going to have a really good story and it's going to redeem WoW. And I hate to say this, but WoW's story is dead. It is dead at this point. There are certain things that you just cannot recover from in storytelling without a full and complete retcon. And right now, I feel like even if you were to retcon the garbage in WoW, it would just not help. I don't think that retcons are what this game needs, really. And at the same time, retcons are also the only way that you could even save this dumpster fire of a story. There's just no redeeming what they've done. They have taken all of the existing good stories in this game, said, this is mine now, and while I'm at it, I'm going to take a giant steaming dump over all of it. The entire foundation of World of Warcraft's story is just bad now. There's nothing to build upon. So the only thing at this point, like, they've tarnished the lore and the universe so much that the only thing you could possibly build like a good story upon is an individual character story. Like, if you want to take, like, you know, a snapshot of like Azeroth and be like, this is like this one isolated area, we're going to tell just a story that works on its own, that doesn't require any large connections to the World of Warcraft lore overall, and we're just going to make this a good story. That is pretty much the only way that you could tell a good, compelling story in the Warcraft universe at this point. Because anything that has to do with the overarching narrative, the overarching lore, is completely 100% ruined. And that's, I think, what people don't understand. Because they have ruined and warped the overall lore and, like, the cosmic bullshit and stuff like that so much that none of it has any stakes whatsoever at this point. It is impossible to tell a grand story in this universe without it seeming just implausibly ridiculous, because nothing makes sense. There is no there's no like stakes. There's no cause and effect that actually like really matters. Everything just works on, you know, because the writers decided it to work like this. I'm doing a shit job at explaining this. What I'm really? Thank you, asshole. Okay. Fucking piece of fucking shit. That's just, that's great. No, thank you so much for that. That's really, really appreciated. You definitely had to do that. All right. So here's a trick that you can do for the Umbrella World Quest. Dismount right here. Hit this thing. And it should have given me credit. So we'll try that again. There we go. I must have dipped a little bit too low. But that's a really easy way to get the Umbrella World Quest done, like, ASAP. Anyways, yeah, so what I'm trying to say, right, is, like, if the jailer at this point is, like, the big bad of, like, the force of death, and he's just able to die so plainly, I guess, and his motivations are like this fucking boring. It's impossible to get me to care about like a, you know, story on that scale again, because I know they can't write it well. Like, there are good ways to write a big bad cosmic villain, and this isn't it. Now, you could say that in theory, let's say a completely different writer were to take control of the story and try to write, once again, a big bad cosmic villain. At this point, any sort of like, I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, but any sort of like general like power relation in this game is gone. And the issue is they've done so many ass pulls at this point in terms of the characters are powerful because we say they're powerful, that it's impossible to have stakes built up within this story. It's just, it doesn't work. And a good example at that, I don't want to like give spoilers, right? But look at, please don't kill me. I'm trying to just level. Thank you. A good example of this is just, once again, I know I sound like a broken record. Look at Final Fantasy XIV. And just see the way that Final Fantasy XIV tells a story. And the way that, like, power escalation works in that universe. And it's consistent. Our characters, like, grow in power over time. But there is a consistent representation of, like, how powerful certain characters are. Generally speaking, with the exception of, like, one character who I really still kind of hate. I do think, like, the last expansion kind of maybe did that character a little bit of justice, but there's one character that I've really disliked historically in Final Fantasy XIV, and it's because that one character kind of ignores that rule, and does kind of just do whatever the fuck he wants and kind of ignores the entire concept of like having a regular power level and really is just as powerful as the story needs him to be. Don't really know what the deal with that character was. Don't really know why they felt like constantly including him. But they did. Whatever. But for the most part, all the main big bad villains in Final Fantasy XIV have a consistent level of power where, story-wise, we can expect, like, you know, this is what is going to be required to defeat this big bad villain. And when they do something powerful, right, it's generally like, yeah, this is something that we kind of already knew that the enemy was capable of. There's no, like, assholes of, like, oh, no, suddenly the evil guy has, like, done this super powerful thing that we didn't know he was capable of. Oh, no. And in, like, the rare situation where that does happen, eventually you find out a perfectly logical reason as to why the big bad was able to achieve this kind of thing. What I'm trying to say is that the writing makes sense, and that within the universe of Final Fantasy XIV, there is a level of realism. And this is something that a lot of people have like a hard time grasping when it comes to fantasy writing, is that your fantasy story needs to be realistic. And a lot of times you say that to somebody and they're like, what do you mean? It's a fantasy story. It inherently isn't realistic. It's about a made-up world. And when I say that a fantasy story needs to be realistic, I mean that within the setting, there needs to be a clearly defined set of rules, set of like things that you can do that, whatchamacallit, that the world of the story kind of abides by. And if you just suddenly start going against those rules, your story suddenly loses any sense of like stakes. And, you know, you can take liberties with this. Like even, let's say, I don't know, forgetting the name of the genre, but like real life fiction, kind of. Even like a good example is like historical fiction, is a popular example of like what if scenarios in history. So like probably one of the most popular examples that you'll see in different stories is what if Germany won World War II? That's something you see a million different stories on. Well, you know, there's one thing for it to be like, what if Germany won World War II? And to have a, you know, maybe realistic take on, you know, what happens if this event occurred in history. But I remember there's, there's like a lot of really bad, like, book reviews, or I should say good reviews of really bad books that I like watching on YouTube. Great example is like James Tullos. I don't know if anybody's heard of his channel. If you haven't, definitely check it out. Love his videos. And he talks about some stories sometimes where they're like historical fiction, and the author just kind of thought, you know, what if I just like make it so this happened in the past, and I say in my story that, you know, let's say in medieval France, I don't know, there's like vampires or something. I can't remember like an exact example, but there's a lot of cases like that where the author will just pick a point in history and say, this is where my story begins. You know, it turns out there are vampires in the real world now. And, you know, how do we approach that from a storytelling perspective? And 99% of the time, they just kind of ignore the impact that something like that would have on like actual history. And they're just like, yeah, it's like, it's our real world in the modern day, but vampires have actually been ruling society for hundreds of years. And, you know, it's fine to do like historical fiction and do like a what if scenario. And if we're going with that premise of like, oh, vampires have been ruling the world for like hundreds of years, okay, that is like one of those things where as a reader I can say, okay, this is my leap of faith with, you know, what the writer is setting up. I am now reading a universe where this is the presumption. Okay, so how is our world different now because vampires have been ruling it for hundreds of years? And if you make that as the premise, and then everything that follows is a logical conclusion of, yeah, this makes sense. This is something that would have happened probably if vampires were real and they ruled our world for hundreds of years. You know, I can believe that would be something that would happen. There is a realism within the story itself that, oh yeah, this is something that I could definitely see being the case. But then you have situations like with World of Warcraft Shadowlands, Where the reason I think historical fiction is a good comparison is because within the history of Azeroth, if you take the events of Shadowlands and look at the history, none of it makes sense. Because what they have basically done is said the jailer has been pulling the strings for the entire history of Warcraft. So if we want to say, okay, well, you have this new big bad, and he has this history within the Warcraft franchise. Okay, sure. How is that the case? Oh, well, he's been pulling strings since Warcraft 3. All right. How has he managed to do that? And then if you're able to say, well, this jailer guy has been existing in the lore this entire time, you just didn't know about him, then he needs to actually fit in with the context of the rest of the story. You can't just basically take a few isolated events and say, oh, the jailer was responsible for this, and then whenever something doesn't match with your story, whenever like it would have made no sense for the jailer to have been working behind the scenes this entire time, just like don't think about it, that type of thing, that doesn't work for a story. There's no sense of like consistent internal realism. And then as a reader, I just suddenly lose any interest in these writers' ability to tell a story because there's no stakes here. You know, in Final Fantasy XIV, a fantasy story, I am constantly on the edge of my seat and constantly wondering what's going to happen next because I know that anything can happen. Any character can die at any time because the story is believable, right? Which is one of my issues with Endwalker. But I'm not going to get into that now because I don't want to really spoil it. I'll talk about my thoughts on Endwalker when the next expansion comes out, because a lot of people are praising Endwalker and I have like highly mixed opinions on it. I think it was good, but I think it's extremely overrated. And I think the failure to live by one of those like that entire like cause and effect thing kind of pisses me off. It feels a little bit too like friendship overcomes all, which removes any of the stakes in the story. But like I said, that's a rant for another time. But I like when the actions of a character and, you know, the risks they take and stuff actually result in like real world consequences. And you feel like the characters in the story are actual people in an actual world making real decisions that could have life or death consequences. And for the longest time in Final Fantasy XIV, that was the case. And I think there were many instances throughout the story where it shook people because they're like, wow, this character died and they didn't expect it to die. But it's like, no, that's how this world works. You know, in this world, you do something dumb or you make a sacrifice or whatever, you end up dying. You don't just like brush it off. That's the problem. I start talking about story stuff in World of Warcraft and I start ranting incoherently about like Final Fantasy XIV and how it's so much better. But God, I love FF14's story. It's just so fucking good. But we're not talking about FF14, we're talking about WoW. And the main issue I have with the story is the same one that most people have had, which is just the jailer is a shit villain. And the jailer becomes even more and more of a shit villain the longer they write him. Because it's just, he was already so bad. That's what I don't get. Like, they already made him such a badly written character, where absolutely nothing about him made sense within the context of the Warcraft universe. But then they had to go and one-up themselves and say, no, he wasn't just this big evil pulling the strings behind the scenes the entire time, but he was actually trying to unite the cosmos? Fucking what? So you're telling me that in order to unite the cosmos, he had to like create the Burning Legion, which is like implied that he was the reason for Sargeras becoming corrupted? He did that? He caused Sargeras to go around destroying planets to unite the cosmos? What the fuck? And you're gonna just throw all of that in like one line? It's so dumb. It's so dumb. I can't. I fucking can't. I'm gonna drive myself insane talking about this. You all know it's bad. I know it's bad. Like, why am I saying this to you people who are watching this still? Yeah, it's a foregone conclusion. Let's move on. Fuck this story. Fuck Steve Denuser. Fuck all that shit. What else do I have to talk about on this list so I can stop driving myself insane talking about how like bad writing is bad writing, which is like, you know, the sky is blue. Okay. Oh yes, crafting. So Here's something interesting that I mentioned before, but I still am, I guess, the main like crafter for my guilds, I guess. So I made like a few videos about like the catch-up crafting gear and whatnot, and how to get it. And I talked about the 262 crafted rings and how they're like really good to get before like you enter the raid, stuff like that, right? And obviously I recommended this to my guild as well, because, well, it's a good thing to get. Like, even if you're in... Oh, no. Yeah, I don't know why the Warlock was all the way back there. This is going to be a problem. Well, we'll manage. Shit.
Boss.
Does smorgasbords... Oh, my God. I'm not going to be able to kite him out of this shit. All I can hope is that he doesn't get healed for too much and that we can just DPS through it. Oh, come on! Well... I'm just gonna face tank all this. How big is this guy getting? Holy shit. Okay. Yeah, so basically, I was like the one person in my guild doing crafting and all that fun stuff. And I made them all rings, or most of them. Some of them bought it off the auction house, which, like, okay. I'm not, like, offended that they didn't go through me because, like, I don't make any money off them. I was doing it, like, free of charge. But, like, a lot of them bought rings off the AH that were just... Oh, yeah, wait, it's a normal dungeon. We could just do the skip. We don't need percents. Just gonna pull the Plague Rock. I always forget that this dungeon, when you can skip trash, is, like, actually so cheesable. Especially on normal. Oh, why is that Warlock just going full speed ahead? Like, come on, dude. Wait. Alright. Yeah, but some of them got, like, crafted stuff without the bonus effect, which the bonus effect is not like that good, but it's kind of like if I'm already offering to give you a bonus effect, sometimes free of charge, right? Like I didn't specifically say that. Nah, somebody pulled. Like I didn't outright say at any point like, oh, I will give it to you free of charge, but in reality, if somebody brought me all the mats for one of the craft rings and they forgot the materials for the bonus effect thing, I would just make it for them, like at no additional cost, because it was fairly cheap. So it was just like this nice extra thing that you could have gotten on your ring. And I was like, I don't know why people aren't like going through me and just getting that bonus, because you're going to be using that ring for a while. It's a pretty fucking good ring. Shit. Don't want to die here. Healer is DC'd. I only just realized that. Shit. DC. I'm just gonna lay on hands myself. Alright. And... oh yeah, there's like canisters here. I forgot that they had this in normal. Oh no, why am I so slow? Okay, we're good. Alright, we're fine. We're fine. God, this thing is really annoying. I don't remember this being a thing on Mythic Plus. Maybe it's just because I'm spoiled and I'm like a Brewmaster monk and I can just Chi Torpedo. Huh. Now the question is, do I clear the trash? Or do I just pull the boss and kill the trash with the boss? I think I just pull the boss. Probably. But anyways, yeah, so I was doing all this crafting stuff, but a lot of guildies sent me, like, the materials early. And I ended up having this, like, spreadsheet of, like, all the materials that I had been, like, sent early on. And I was already, like, kind of stressed out, right? Because day one of the new patch, or, like, the new raid, right? I had a lot of shit I needed to do. I had to do the campaign to unlock the recipes and all my characters. And at the same time, I also had to... Oh. Alright, so we're gonna pull this.
ALE incoming.
I should have used my,
Watch your step.
Oh, he already phased.
AOE incoming.
Okay. I need to focus. Can I kill this in time? Yes. Evidently I can. Do your burning strain. I missed the kick! I'm so shit! Oh! Okay. I almost fucked that completely. Oh, god damn. Alright, we're good. Can't believe I almost missed that kick. Well, not almost, I did miss that kick. Can't believe I fucking missed that kick. What am I doing? Here, just go whoop, jump off the side. Hope nobody pulls. And nice. I think we can probably get away with only doing like a little bit of this. Like I'm thinking, how little can I pull and get away with it? Because this room is admittedly kind of annoying. I'll probably pull the, There's a lot of stuff here. Just gonna do this, okay. Wait, where did the stealth links come from? I didn't see any kick go off, or cast go off. Yeah, I'll do this. I have cooldowns, so... Alright. And then now we can do the boss. Oh, so what I've been trying to say is I ended up having to craft stuff for my entire guild while basically scrambling to get all these recipes like from the campaign on like the day of. And then at the same exact time, one person in my guilds decided to inform a player in melee mechanics where like, I don't know if anybody else is familiar with that name. I know the name because, like, you know, obviously at this point I play on Illidan, and melee mechanics, I guess you might know them as, like, they were the guild who, if you, whatchamacallit, if you played back in Legion, like, some player in their guild made, like, a series of videos of, like, Star Augur and, what's it called? What was that boss? Sisters of the Moon. Where, like, basically the entire raid was blowing up, and I think the video was, like, when melee have to do mechanics. So that guild's, like, melee mechanics now, right? And they're, like, a pretty higher-end guild. And for some reason, one of my guildies just messaged their friend in that guild and was like, oh yeah, one of my guildies has the ring recipe for 262 stuff. Didn't let me know first that he was doing that. Wasn't entirely thrilled with that part of it. Because next thing you know, I have people in that guild messaging me and saying, hey, I heard that you have the recipe for the ring. Like, would you be able to craft it for me? So now suddenly I find myself in a position where I'm crafting rings for both my guilds and people in melee mechanics, which was fun because now, you know, although I know that I can, like, you know, handle all the crafting stuff, it's stressful because, you know, I'm like, oh, what if I fuck up? What if I, like, you know, get the materials wrong or something, or misplace something, or write it down wrong, or send it to the wrong person? It's a lot of unneeded stress, right? And it's easier to just make stuff for the guilds. I didn't ask to be crafting things for additional guilds, but I will say, credit to the people that were in that guild. They were very nice. They tipped me well, so I had absolutely no problems making them stuff. I just wish that, you know, that my guildie had, like, asked me first before going to them and saying, like, oh, hey, I know somebody with the recipe. Because, I mean, to be honest, I probably would have just said, like, probably not. Like, you know, if he had asked me, like, oh, can I let my friends know you have the recipe? I probably would have just said no. Because it was already, like, stressful enough having to, like, manage all the crafting for, like, my guild while also keeping my own stuff prepared. But, you know, since they already messaged me and asked, I didn't really feel like turning them away and saying, oh, no, I don't have it, or anything like that. So, it is what it is. But like I said, they were nice people. Definitely no issues with that. Just ended up being a stressful situation that I've had to deal with the past few weeks, which is, like, one of the reasons why I haven't been able to upload as frequently. Between, like, you know, getting Keystone Master and doing stuff on, like, 2 different characters, like Blood DK and Brewmaster Monk, I've been doing shit like that, like legendary crafting, ring crafting and stuff like that. And the main struggle with that early on is, in order to get those recipes, I needed to be honored with the Enlightened on every single one of my crafters. Not for the ring, that only required jewel crafting, but specifically for the what am I looking for? Specifically for the legendaries. So I've gotten, like, a bunch of the legendary, like, 291 recipes ready for people in my guilds, and some of them, you know, are on alts that I don't plan on raiding on. Like, at this point, I don't plan on playing my Demon Hunter this tier, but I needed to do all of the Zareth Mortis stuff, at least up until Honored, on that character, so that I could actually get the recipe. So that was a lot of, like, extra work that I didn't necessarily want to have to put in, but I ended up doing anyway, so. That's, yeah, that's how that goes. Now let me finish this world quest, and I can, what was that? Yeah, crafting rings. Alright, take that out of the way. Oh, here's another good thing to talk about. Yeah. The World of Warcraft mobile app. So, I'm kind of like, this is kind of cool to talk about now, because obviously in like a month or so, we're going to have information about all of this. So I'm not going to, like, sit here and, you know, give hypotheticals on what the next X-Pack will be. I know a lot of people are, like, theorizing what the next expansion will be. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I don't give a shit what it is as long as it's good. Like, if it's, at this point, I don't even care about the story, frankly. Like, if it doesn't have a story, which it probably just won't, it might as well not, based on how badly it's probably going to be written. I don't care. I just want the gameplay to be fun. I want them to go out there and be like, no more bullshit systems. You're just going to be like going in here, getting gear, and killing bosses. And if they say that, I'm going to be perfectly happy. What I'm going to be pissed off about is if I hear some shit about, like, oh, you know, you're going to be going to the Dragon Isles and collecting the heart of Dragononia, or whatever, and you have to empower it with the essence of all the 4 dragon flights, and god damn it, fucking cocksuckers, dude. Just let me do my fucking thing. Let me quest, okay? Let me do the shit, right? You don't have to fucking murder me. You're a level 60, I get it. What did I do to you? God, I hate war mode so much, but it's fucking required for efficient leveling. This is one of those things where it's like off tangent, or off topic tangent, right? Where people will say, like, oh, don't enable war mode unless, like, you want to engage in world PvP. Like, was getting one shot by a level 60 fire mage world PvP? Was that, like, PvP happened on a PvP server, as, like, people used to say? It's one of those things where I have no interest in world PvP at this point, because there is no such thing as balanced world PvP, at least in, like, 90% of cases. Every interaction you have in war mode is one like that, where a max level character just decides to one-shot you just cuz. The only reason that I have it on is because at the end of the day, whether I enjoy it or not, it gives 10% bonus experience, and the amount of time it takes me to run back to my corpse is less, like, time inefficient than the time efficiency I gain from 10% bonus experience. So that's why I have War Mode on. Plain and simple. That said, I still hate it. It's still annoying. I don't like War Mode. It's just a necessary thing that you have to do while leveling. I don't think War Mode should have any incentives tied to it. I really think that, the fastest way to level should just be however fast you want it to be. If you want to do World PvP, by all means, have War Mode enabled, but the fact that in order to incentivize people, yeah, go fuck yourself, dude. Chase me if you want. And he is! He actually is! What a fucking cocksucker! Like, killing me because I happen to be right there? I get, alright? I can understand that. You're just doing a world quest, and you see a guy, who's 4 levels lower than you, and you just decide, you know what, fuck it. I'll just one-shot this guy, just cuz. But then, you're sitting here doing your world quest. Surely that should be your top priority. And you really want to take time out of your day to try and fucking gank me? When I'm 4 levels lower than you? What a fucking piece of shit, dude. And see, that's the issue I have with it. There's one type of person that enjoys War Mode, and it's people like that, who want to feel like they're stronger than another player by killing them when they have a massive power advantage. Guarantee you, if that guy was fighting somebody his own level, he would run away in a heartbeat. Fuck War Mode, fuck PvP in MMOs like this. It's fucking cancer. And maybe some person enjoys that. Maybe someone really wants to just get ganked by a person 4 levels higher than them. They can enable War Mode, but unfortunately I feel forced to enable War Mode because of leveling shit like this. This is one of the reasons why, whenever I was doing, like, actually efficient speedruns, I always did it at, like, 5 in the morning. Because you have a lower chance of getting ganked if you're doing stuff at 5 in the morning. It's just how it is. Oh well. I try not to be, like, tilted, It is what it is. Even though it sucks. Though that guy is a fucking shitter because he was unable to catch me. I am kind of happy about that. The fact that I managed to survive the second gank. That was like quick fucking reflexes in that bubble. And then I managed to outrun him, which, you know what? I'm happy with that one. Get shit on. And then, oh yeah, I should queue just to see if it's Halls of Atonement. Because if it is Halls, then that would be great. It's okay. I'll just pull some stuff in here. But yeah, so, new World of Warcraft expansion, what I was saying before. As long as it's not dog shit, as long as there's no more systems bullshit that I need to farm, I do not care what it is. Do not care in the slightest. Just give me good content, and I will be happy. That's literally all I care about. And then there's one more thing over here. I might also I'll do the Wanted Summoner Marcellus, and I might do these world quests, because at this point I'm kind of close to Revendreth. We'll see, though. Surprisingly far away from Bastion. I think I did everything in Bastion, right? Yeah. There's some extra stuff that I can do there. We'll see. But at this point, it's all about just completing these like zone-wide things. I still haven't done everything in Maldraxxus, so I'll have to go back there at some point. Alright. Would be really nice if I got Halls of Atonement here. Please, Halls. Oh, people aren't taking the cue. But, oh yeah, so the main thing I was going to talk about, though, is the World of Warcraft mobile app. So, if you haven't heard, somehow, World of Warcraft is going to have a mobile app, which I think it's funny because they've been saying it, the way that they've been describing it is the first mobile game set in the Warcraft universe. And there's just some things where it's like, I don't have a problem with calling it that. Like, it doesn't personally offend me or anything. But I have to wonder sometimes how the people who run Blizzard Entertainment can be so dumb in terms of their marketing, because it's not the first mobile game set in the Warcraft universe. That's Hearthstone. Like, it's not even that hard to, like, think about. Hearthstone is set in the Warcraft universe. It's not even just it takes elements from the Warcraft universe. No, canonically, Hearthstone is a card game played in a tavern inside the Warcraft universe. Unfortunate. I didn't want to have to do that, but that is how this goes. You queue, it isn't the dungeon you want, and you just have to leave. And now I move on with my day. But yeah, so Hearthstone is literally, not even debatably, the first mobile game set in the Warcraft universe. Like, in terms of, yeah, that is just where the characters are described to be. So that's just wrong. And that is more of just a dumb marketing oversight. It's just like, I don't understand how you could, like, overlook that. Like, you could even say the first World of Warcraft mobile game, and that would be correct. But it is just factually untrue that it is the first mobile game set in the Warcraft universe. So that's weird, right? I don't know why they would say something that is just so blatantly dumb and, like, disprovable. It's just dumb. But like I said, it doesn't offend me. I just think it's, like, kind of a funny, dumb marketing thing where they're just, they try to, like, throw these buzzwords at you. And even their, like, cool marketing buzzwords are just wrong. But whatever. But I kind of have to wonder, what are you gonna make a mobile game for WoW for? Like, I feel like there's no way that it can be good, right? Because the only mobile games that I've seen that have actually been good, like genuinely good, are kind of standalone games. Like, I don't play Genshin Impact, but I have heard good things about Genshin Impact. And it is a standalone, some people call it an MMO. I don't really know what it is because I haven't played it, so I can't really make a judgment on a game I haven't played. But evidently, it's a good game that stands on its own. Now, I've heard a lot of things about the monetization and whatever, but that's just mobile games, right? So a lot of people are pissed off that Blizzard is making a mobile game because, oh, it's going to be heavily monetized. And I do think that argument is kind of stupid because, like, if you're kind of, like, upset or surprised that Blizzard is doing something to make money at this point, I don't really know what to tell you. Like, that's just what this company is at this point. They only care about money, and that has been the case for years now. Now, where I would draw the line is if somehow the mobile game was a requirement to play World of Warcraft, which I doubt it will be, because that would be so ungodly stupid that I don't think they're dumb enough to make that mistake. But, like, God forbid, it's like you need to play the mobile game to get, like, rewards in World of Warcraft, and then in order to progress in the mobile game, you need to pay real money. That would be very bad. But I doubt that's going to be the case. I've heard people suggest that. And if you're suggesting that, all I'm going to say is, like, have at least some faith right? Because, I have like basically zero faith in Blizzard, but I at least trust a company to not make like outright suicidal decisions. Actually, I shouldn't say that because they've done some basically borderline suicidal like business decisions lately. So who fucking knows at this point? But yeah, Blizzard's done a lot of really dumb shit. Don't get me wrong, they have. But that's one thing where I don't see it. I could not possibly see them doing something that fucking stupid on like, mobile game progress is required for like real World of Warcraft progress. That would be different fucking level of dumb. Probably not going to see that happening anytime soon. But, if that's the case, obviously, I think that might be I just jump ship immediately type of thing. There are certain things that would make me just jump ship from this game. And the next thing that's going to be it probably is if the next expansion is bad. I've kind of floated this before, but I like World of Warcraft as it is because of the rating. But there are other good MMOs out there. I'm still giving it a chance because it is a game that I've been playing for God knows how long at this point, like 17 years, probably longer. And it's like, it was like a core part of my childhood. I loved it then. I love the rating now, but I hate kind of a lot of the stuff in the game. So I'm giving it like one more chance until the next expansion. If the next expansion is bad, I am done. That is my take on it right now. So I am very close to just not really caring about this game in terms of like that stuff. I want it to be good, but I'm starting to worry that they just don't really care about it actually being good, which, if that's the case, that would suck, but is what it is. I can't, change anything. And I will give them, until I can put Shadow Shock and Doom, then Amplify Magic. And then uncheck all, mechanical. Let's go with this. Sure. Actually, no, let's go with the Tonk. Yeah, let's go with that. I think that's my usual comp. Yeah, so they have until the next expansion. And if the next expansion's bad, I'm just done. Like I said, other good games out there. But yeah, if they do something like forcing you to play a mobile game to be good in World of Warcraft, that would be so absolutely insane that I would leave on the spot. But like I said, I have the barest minimum faith in Blizzard to trust that they wouldn't do something so incredibly stupid as to make like progress in a mobile game tied to your World of Warcraft progress. Maybe I could be wrong, right? I could be fucking wrong. But I don't think that's going to be the case. In fact, one of the nice things about doing pet battling right now is, I'm going to be honest, I think this is the mobile game. I think this is exactly what it's going to be. I think it's going to be World of Warcraft pet battling ported over to a mobile format. And I think that's fine. Honestly, I would actually be perfectly okay with that. And I know a lot of people like really dislike pet battling, and they think that it's just shitty Pokemon and stuff like that. And that's fine. Not everybody's gonna like it, but I actually think it's pretty good. Like, sure, this pet battle in particular is actually pretty bad because you have this pet which just sits here and heals and does basically nothing else of interest. Let me go Amplify Magic. But I think that generally speaking, there's like a decent amount of strategy to it, and I actually really like that. I'm going to have to reset this, though, probably. Because I think I've lost. Maybe. But the spider's going to kill me here, and then I think I'm fucked. Yeah, so the spider kills me, and then because I just kind of got fucked by the stun, I think I'm going to have to reset this. Maybe, though. If I get another stun here... Nah. And then... Oh, wait. Wait, I can do this. Okay. Hold up. I'm going to die here, but then I'm going to res, and then I'm going to blast him. And if it one-shots, I win. It did not one-shot. I probably lose. Yeah, I lose. Okay. Unlucky. I'm also going to swap things around a little bit. But I think there's like a decent amount of strategy within pet battling where it's like, it's not super interesting, but if it was on like a mobile game, I could see myself like doing my pet battling world quests or something on mobile. And that would be like fun enough to do when I'm like really bored and don't feel like getting up and going on my computer at the moment. And I can't really see what else they could do in this setting that would not be dog shit. Because they already have Hearthstone. So if you already have something like a card game, which is, in my opinion, one of the only good things that you can do, then just my pet's dead here anyway. But if that's one of the only things that you can do anyway, and have it be like a good game to set within that universe, then I don't know what else you can make it. Like, unless it's just going to be like, like League of Legends has, I guess that's a good example. They have like a bunch of those like spin-off games that they've been making, where it's like set in the League of Legends universe, but you know, it's I don't know. I admittedly don't know much about League. I've just gotten like a million advertisements from that, and I've heard people talking about it. So I've been like kind of like following that slightly. And also, I will admit that I am slightly more interested in League of Legends, or the universe behind it, after watching Arcane. I've said this before, but Arcane, banger show, really fucking good. And it basically made me interested in the entire lore behind like League of Legends and stuff like that. So I think there's like a lot of potential there. Okay. I do want to... It's weird to say I want to focus, but I do want to focus. Because I don't want to fuck this up. I'm going to Shadow Shock here. Am I dead? No, he's healing. Okay, Amplify Magic. And he's going to heal again. Then Doom's going to hit him, and then this needs to kill him. No! Wait, no, he has one more turn of healing. Then if I'm not dead here... Fuck me, dude. I fucking hate this shit. Alright, well, I have bandages, so whatever. This is annoying. Shock and awe. Alright, and then this thing. But yeah, like I will say, one League of Legends game that I have played, because I'm not a huge fan of League itself, right? But, am I dead here? I might be dead here. I'm dead here. Okay, that's just a restart. This sucks. This is a shit pet battle. I am close to giving up on this one. I don't know if there's like a really good team that I just don't have, but this one I usually struggle with, just because it feels very RNG based on like whether my first pet dies or not. If it lives long enough and I get like an early hit on the second pet, then that can work. But otherwise, I get fucked. Alright, 2 hits. And then no crits. Alright. As long as it doesn't triple hit me. He triple hit me. I should be fine, I guess. Because the bleed's gonna tick me down. Alright, that's fine, actually. And... Alright. Heals, so I do supercharge, then hit him, and now here I'm gonna see. I think the main thing I need to do is get a bit of extra damage in on him. So I can do this. Then he's gonna kill my Iron Starlet. Yeah. And then the turn after this, my Iron Starlet is dead. So I can't be greedy. And I just have to go with the wind-up. That's going to deal a nice chunk of damage. Now that's dead. Now I can apply Doom here. Just get that rolling. And already, he's healing, which is good. I want to bait that as early as possible. Because I can't out-DPS his heal, but while he's healing, what I can do is ramp up my Shadow Shock damage. Because every... Oh, wait, no, that's not... It's a different ability. It's random. I forgot that's how this works. I'm thinking, oh, I crit. Why did it crit? Wait, I might still be alive here. Yes! Okay, I got a high roll. I thought that was the... There's like one undead ability where it's like, the more times you use it, the more damage it does. Oh, well. Got it. Words have power. Oh yeah, I should do this side quest. This one's easy. And then... Oh yeah, there's other ones here too. What? Oh yeah, it's the... Which one is it that I normally do? Yeah, I'll just do this one. It's pick up 9 pamphlets. You just run around, grab these things. It's easier on a druid. Because on a druid, you can just like scoot around, do it really easily. Blessing of Freedom with War Mode gives you a move speed buff. I don't know if it shows that, but there's a talent. Here, Unbound Freedom. Increases your movement speed by 30%. So it's nice. And then there's a treasure I can grab. Probably grab, yeah, a few treasures. I spent way too much time in that pet battle, though, but I guess I needed to wait out the debuff anyway. So after this, I can go to Maldraxxus. Grab this. Nice. That gave me 2%. That's solid. I just need enough to... Alright, I see 2 more over here. There we go. But yeah, so one League of Legends game that I have played is Legends of Runeterra. So that is the card game for League of Legends, and it's basically like their... It's like a Hearthstone clone, honestly, but I have to say this, I went into it expecting it to just be like a lazy Hearthstone clone, and it's like unironically really fucking good. So I've actually been playing Legends of Runeterra like a ton, way more than I care to admit, over the past like few weeks. Actually, at this point, it's been like a month or 2 that I played it, and it's really, really fucking good. There's an entire game mode that's kind of like the Hearthstone like adventures thing, where like you pick a hero and then you just like you have like a pre-assigned deck, and then as you go through, you like add more cards. It's a roguelike basically, but it works kind of similar where you get to like pick between different like packets of cards to add, and it's just really fun. Not really much else to say. It's a fun game mode, and I was pleasantly surprised because I did not really expect to enjoy it as much as I have. I haven't actually like tried PvP. Like I haven't tried the ranked mode and stuff like that, which I may get into at some point. But one of the things that I actually really like about it, which I did not like a lot about Hearthstone, is it seems just not really pay to win at all. Because they give you so much free shit. Like, I haven't spent a dime in the game, and I don't know if, like, the, maybe the PvP is, like, pay to win or something like that, but I don't really think so, because it seems like all you need for a deck, like, you can get really, really easily just by playing the game. Like, I've gotten so many free cards, so many, like, crafting materials to, like, make more cards, and at this point, I've just been hoarding it, because it, you know, I don't know what I want to play yet, so I've just been kind of, like, trying everything out for free in like the single player like PvE mode, and I figure when I eventually decide what like my favorite type of stuff to play in that game is, I'll just craft it and then I can play it in PvP. But in Hearthstone, you get like fucking nothing for free. You get like 1 card pack like every so often, And here, you basically get the equivalent of like a card pack for like just doing something like every single day. It's just good. You know, I generally speaking, haven't really been enjoying card games in a while. But overall, I think Legends of Runeterra is like really fucking good. And I'm also kind of worried that it's going to become like a new addiction for me because I loved Hearthstone and I played the shit out of it. But I've been pretty vocal about the fact that I just have not enjoyed that game in a long time. Basically, for like the past 2 years, I barely touched Hearthstone. I played it like once on stream, just like for I think I was discussing like why Torghast is bad, so I was showing a bunch of different roguelikes, and I played the Hearthstone Adventures thing. But admittedly, I played the Witchwood, which I liked the Witchwood. The Witchwood Adventure was fun, and I found out that I remember they nerfed it. So there was like this interaction that I remember doing that apparently they've gone back and nerfed in hindsight, and I thought that was just the lamest shit ever. I assume it wasn't intentional. I assume it was just like the culmination of like a bunch of different like little hot fixes that they didn't intend for it to affect the adventure, but it did feel really lame that they were like nerfing fun single player content. But overall, I don't know. Hearthstone left a bad taste in my mouth over time because it felt like new content came in so infrequently, and 99% of the time it was just more like really overpowered pay to win cards, and you just felt like you had to spend more and more money on the game. And I got tired of it. Like, I spent way too much money on Hearthstone, way more than I care to admit. And while I did enjoy it for a while, I just said, fuck it, I'm not having fun. But so far, this game, I've been having more fun than I've had with Hearthstone in years, and I haven't spent a dime on it. And, it's one of those things where I don't like to... Like, some people brag about, like, oh, I've played a game for so long, and I haven't spent any money on it. And... it's kind of a weird situation. Oh, I'm missing... what is it? This thing is blocking my view. So I need Manor Guests and Cruel Collectors. Oh, so these are the Cruel Collectors. It's kind of a weird, like, saying... like, bragging about not having spent money on it. I think that there is something to be said about, a game having a good free-to-play system. Because obviously... not everybody is able to spend money, like, on a game, right? And I think that, a lot of games that have, like, generous free-to-play systems, that's good. It opens the door for more people to play your game. But as somebody who, like, I'm majoring, right, in game design, right? And one of the things that I've, like, spent a lot of time thinking about is, like, how do you make, like, monetization, like, good for players? Because... on one hand, I almost feel like the best way to monetize your game is to just be like, hey, this is the cost of the game. Like, if you pay this much money, right, and you get the game. And there are a lot of games that still work like that, and I think that's great. But, time has shown that the best way to monetize your game in terms of making the most money is actually to make it free to play, which is kind of an oxymoron, right? Because, it's free to play, but it ends up making the most money because it draws in a larger group of players because there's no entry cost, and then they get addicted to the game and they start spending a lot of money. And it's like, I don't think that games shouldn't make you pay money, because at the end of the day, it's like, the developers need to get paid somehow, right? There's like a limit where, obviously the developers need to make money through some shape or form. So if you made a game that was 100% free to play with absolutely no monetization whatsoever, well, that would be dumb and it would never exist. It's a pipe dream because, they need to be able to put food on their table. But at the same time, you have situations where, like, I think what most people end up being mad about is where a game makes you spend way too much money. And it feels like you need to spend money to, like, actually progress in a game. And I think there's, like, it's kind of difficult to strike that fine line of, like, you need to, like, you don't have to spend a ton of money to play the game. But you do obviously need to spend a little bit of money to, like, support the developers. But if you really want to, and you don't want to spend, like, anything, you can, and you can still have fun with it. Maybe just like not as much fun. I don't know. This has gotten way off course, but I think it's interesting. And all this to say, Legends of Runeterra, I feel, is very, very generous. But that's why I also have to wonder, like, how do they make money? Because if I'm playing a card game, and it's like the first card game I've ever played where I feel like I probably don't need to spend any money whatsoever to actually enjoy this, I wonder, like, they must have some serious whales, that, or it's just not going to be a successful game. Because Hearthstone, you know, it's a maybe not the best game ever, but it made a lot of money because you kind of, if you wanted to play the game, needed to spend a lot on it. And people will argue with you on that. Like, I don't think Hearthstone was 100% pay to win, but it definitely was an expensive game. Especially if you wanted to play more than like one deck. But I don't know. I just think it's an interesting thing to consider. And I guess if I do end up like really, really enjoying Legends of Runeterra and playing it a lot, also I might be dead here. Might be dead here. Am I dead here? Not yet. Oh, okay. Nice. That was close. That was fun, though. All right. Where to next? I guess, maybe that world quest? I don't know. I don't really think I'm going to end up... Yeah, am I going to end up doing, like, a lot of stuff in Maldraxxus? Probably not. Yeah, there's not, like, a lot of really great world quests up. And Maldraxxus is usually one of the harder areas to get, like, 100%ed in. Like, I've seen some people saying, oh, I really like doing, or completing things in Maldraxxus, but realistically speaking, it's probably, like, one of the least efficient zones to 100%. Revendreth is another one. The only reason I've done Revendreth is because Revendreth is the second least efficient zone to 100%. The only issue with Revendreth is there's like a lot of longer quest lines that you have to do in order to do that. And because I don't have Darkmoon Fair buff, that ends up being the next most efficient thing. So that, and I ended up basically replacing my missing experience from Darkmoon Fair buff here with all the stuff in Revendreth, because that's like really efficient. But whenever I do this, I normally have Darkmoon Fair buff, and the stuff in Revendreth is usually what hits the cutting room floor. So I usually only do Ardenweald and Bastion. And, you know, in this case, I'm actually like a bit short on Bastion because I cut the campaign a little bit short. But we'll see how that ends up going. I might end up not being able to do that, but I will do Ardenweald, like, after. But yeah, so, what was I saying? Oh yeah, monetization, Legends of Runeterra. No, I mean, ultimately, it's a good game, but I haven't, like, played it enough to say for sure. One thing I will say about it, though, like, the single-player stuff, it's fun, but it's hard. Like, a lot of the stuff in Hearthstone, I kind of felt like it was difficult, but, like, reasonably achievable, but it took me, like, almost a month to fully complete a campaign with, what's it called? Vi. And I feel like in hindsight, Vi is, like, not one of the strongest heroes to play as. But, you know, what can I say? I watched Arcane, and Vi was my favorite character. So I was like, alright, you know, I'll play Vi, because it's one of the first ones you unlock. So that was what I chose to do the story with. And it was brutally difficult because of the way that works. There were a lot of matches where I just felt like unless you got a perfect draw, like, perfectly on curve, 1 drop, 2 drop, 3 drop with removal in hand and curving directly into Vi on turn 5, because Vi's like a 5 mana cost card, to like, cement your lead. There was absolutely no way that you could have beaten some of those games. So it felt a little bit bullshit, admittedly, but overall, I had a lot of fun with it. I just feel like they missed the mark on some of the balancing for a few of those. It felt a little bit insane, in my opinion. This is... I need red slimes, right? Or no, I have to speak to the guy first. So speak to this guy. Any way I can help. And then I guess I can do... I go to this guy. Right. And plague on your house. Oh, keep forgetting. Now I do the thing. But yeah, it's... Some of them just honestly feel like really overtuned. Like right now I've been doing, at first I was like, oh, I'm going to play this game once. I'm going to do a full completion of the campaign with one character. And I, like I said, decided to start with Vi. But then after the fact, I was like, okay, that was actually really fun. I'm going to try it on like other characters. So I tried out a bunch of different ones. Like there's Caitlyn, Jinx, and Jace and stuff like that. But the one that I've ended up enjoying the most is Echo. Echo is just like... It's like a mid-range deck, kind of, but just insane card draw. Like, you basically just never run out of cards. And I feel like that's just always fun to play in a card game. Because one of, like, the most annoying things that can happen in any card game is you just run out of good shit. And you're just sitting there, you have absolutely nothing to play, and your opponent just kind of overwhelms you. That never feels good. It never feels good, like, knowing that you just didn't draw the right thing. So, when you basically have infinite card draw, it feels so much better. It feels overpowered, admittedly, but I never feel like I don't have an answer. It's still possible to lose, because some of the fights are just, like, brutally overtuned. But a lot of times I feel like... oh, I can handle this. I just need to draw the right card or play my cards in the right order. And you can set up, like, some ridiculous combos. It's really, really fun. And that's the thing. Like, the more I talk about it, the more I'm like, God, I actually really want to just play this game. In fact, the moment I'm done doing this leveling run, before I end up, like, helping my guild with Mythic Plus while this video is, encoding and uploading on YouTube, I'm probably just going to, like, take a break and play, like, more of that. Because it is just really... really fucking fun. I don't know what to say. It's just addicting, honestly. And it sucks because I have so much shit that I need to do. Like, I'm falling behind on, like, so many different, like, video projects and stuff. Like, I need to make more, like, guides and whatnot for, what's it called? Like, Sepulchre are the first ones, right? Like, tank guides and stuff. And a lot of times, it's late at night, and I'm like, I could get started on editing, like, my next video, or I could just play more of that game. And a lot of times, like, that's the thing. You just want to, like, sit in bed and just play something. And I do think that's one of, like, the biggest strengths of mobile games. Like, if Blizzard does it right, and they have, like, a good mobile game that doesn't require you to spend a ton of money, and is just, like, a fun, casual thing, I have no issues with it. I hate, like, bad... or games, like, mobile games with bad monetization, but I'm not one of those, like, oh, mobile games are the worst, like, they're, a cancer on game design thing. No, I think mobile games are just... It's a type of game that can actually be really fun in some cases. Like, I just got done talking about how much fun I've been having with what is, at the end of the day, a mobile game, because I've been playing it on my phone, not on my computer. So, I don't know. Could be cool, but I just... The one thing I am skeptical about with the Warcraft mobile game is just what they could do to make it fun. Because, like, Hearthstone was fun to play on mobile, but card games are historically the only things I've really enjoyed playing on my phone. Like, the only other game that I've ever really enjoyed playing on my phone is Geometry Dash, and, well, I don't really think they're going to make, like, a World of Warcraft Geometry Dash, so if it's not that, and it's not a card game, because they've already done one, then I don't really know what else they can do, but I guess we'll see. I'm also going to try to pull this closer. I don't want it to leash, but if this drops the slime thingy... Ah, didn't. Now, maybe you will drop the slime thingy. And... damn it. Ah. Okay, I'm gonna try to drag this one at least to, like, here. Across the little slime river. Shouldn't leash. Perfect. Come on. Come on! Why did... fucking thing. Doesn't want to fucking spawn. Okay. It's annoying. Come on. Either way, even if this does spawn it, I'm gonna have to run really far back. Come on. There we go. Oh, well, apparently Gunshoes does not help. I don't really think this is giving me a tangible speed increase, but oh well. Alright. And all I need now is Halls of Atonement, your absolution. So I guess I will queue up again and see if it's available. And I guess I'm technically done with stuff in Maldraxxus, but if this is not Halls of Atonement, then I'm going to have to find... ah, it's a missing tier site. Shit, this is the worst one too. That's bad. I can't do mists. It's like the one fucking dungeon that I don't want. Actually, Plaguefall would be pretty bad too. Like, I would take Necrotic Wake at this point because I need to fill up the bar for Bastion. But I don't need anything for Ardenweald. Because the moment I get back to Ardenweald, these side quests will give me more than enough percentage. So Mists is just completely a waste of my time. 2 in a row. That is unfortunate. I wonder if it's going to give me Mists like 3 times in a row. It's going to be my curse, right? But I'll try one more time after this. I think I can't really afford to leave a 3rd dungeon, which is just kind of unfortunate. So I've gotten lucky up until this point. But I really need Halls of Atonement because Revendreth is like super close to being finished. So I'm still level 57. Haven't gotten enough to be like within finishing range. This is probably going to take roughly 4 hours. Which sucks because it means I'm not going to get this uploaded until like fairly late. But is what it is, I guess. Man. If I had gotten halls there, I probably could have finished this within the next... I don't know if I would say next 30 minutes, but it would have been close. But the moment this is done, I can head to... yeah, Ardenweald would be next. And then... we do the side quest there. That should get me close to 58. Then turning in the Ardenweald thing should get me to like 58 and like a big chunk. Then we have there's a decent amount of things I can do here. We'll see, because I still haven't handed in the Necrotic Wake quest, and that's going to give me like, I think at least 10%. It might be 15. I forget exactly. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, the world quests, I feel like, just don't give enough XP. Like, 9,000 is just such a pitiful amount. And here, I'll just wait for this to finish. Alright. What else? So, talked about the story. I've talked about the WoW mobile app. Oh. I have talked about Legends of Runeterra, all that stuff. And... oh yeah, so I guess here's another interesting thing. I was talking to some people in my guilds, and like a few of them at this point have watched my videos because a bunch of them watched the ones for... oh, this world quest is really easy. Yeah, okay, yeah, I can do this one. Yeah, so I was talking to some of my guildies, and one thing they asked me is why I don't make gold guides. So I've actually made gold making guides for Final Fantasy XIV, but I've never really made a gold guide for World of Warcraft. I've talked about topics where it's like, you can make gold off this, and usually if it's like, if yeah, you could make money off this, I'll like mention it, like, oh, this can be a good way to make gold. But I never make like guides specifically just about how to make money in World of Warcraft. And part of it is just because gold is meaningless at this point. It's just the existence of the WoW token, in my opinion, just makes gold kind of trivial because I don't know. It's just, it has no actual value. It's just whatever value kind of Blizzard makes it. So farming gold, there's just so many ways to do it, and a lot of people just won't even bother because sometimes like the prices for something like legendaries are just so exorbitantly high that a reasonable person, regardless on like what method they farm or what method they use to farm, unless they can do like carries or something, they'll just never be able to make enough gold to afford something like legendaries. It's designed so they can't. It's designed to force people into buying a WoW token. That might be a hot take. I don't care. I've maintained that for a while. I genuinely believe that the current legendary system we have was specifically designed by Blizzard in order to force more WoW token sales. I personally don't really think that's a very controversial statement. I think a lot of people would agree with that. I think it's ridiculously scummy, and it's something I've been pissed about the entire expansion. But I'm fairly convinced that that's why it exists in the form that it does. Now, that being said, there are a lot of good ways to make money in this game, but I feel like, generally speaking, there's kind of a paradoxical nature with making like a guide for gold, and there's kind of like almost a limited shelf life, right, on how to actually make gold with any given guide, because a lot of money making, especially in World of Warcraft, is based around the idea of, you need to get something that somebody else wants and you want to sell it to them, right? So think about like crafting, right? 262 crafted rings. They were in very high demand. I made a good chunk of gold off them, and now most people have them, and the price has fallen pretty low. So once everybody became aware of the 262 crafted rings, suddenly they weren't worth a whole lot. But early on, when I had been doing the research and I had known very early on that that was something which, was going to make a lot of money, I invested in doing that stuff. And I told my guildies about it. A decent amount of them made gold off it. I mentioned it in my Discord and stuff like that. But the issue is, let's say I were to make a guide about, how to farm professions and stuff like that to make gold off 262 rings. And I did kind of make like, after the patch had already come, or after the raid had already come out, I did make a guide on how to get your own 262 ring, but that wasn't really a gold making guide. That was more of a how to save money on it. The entire idea of that video was for people who didn't know about it and wanted the ring to actually use, not to sell. And it was talking about how do you actually get the materials so that you can bring it to somebody to have them crafted for you, that type of thing. So it was more of a gold saving guide, not a gold making guide type of deal. That's kind of what I prefer doing, because in that case, that is universally applicable to everybody. Like, even if you aren't looking to make money, it never hurts to save gold. And there's, basically an endless amount of people can save gold, but only certain amounts of people can make gold. Because if the ways that you make gold rely on screwing somebody else out of their gold by like selling something for a really high price early on, then only a certain amount of people can do that before like everybody starts doing it, and then the price just plummets. I don't know if that's a good way to explain it, but what I'm trying to say is that like with anything, with like an in-demand item or a hidden farming spot or something, if you make a video about a farming spot, suddenly everybody knows about that farming spot. It's no longer hidden, and now it's no longer valuable because everybody's farming it. if there's an item that you found sells really well, then suddenly everybody can make it. And suddenly it's not really hard or not really good to make gold on because it's, there's not really, or there is a lot of competition. It's not really like a hidden market anymore. And the reason I felt more comfortable talking about this stuff in Final Fantasy is because a lot of the difficulty in making gold in Final Fantasy is just actually the skill behind crafting. Because anybody who has tried to do crafting in Final Fantasy knows that A, there is a massive cost investment in it, but it's not like World of Warcraft legendary crafting where, oh, you just have to invest a shit ton of money into mats and then like craft it all. No, you have to get all these different recipes done. It takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of gold, and eventually you will almost certainly see a return on that investment. Because there are so few people that are willing to go through all of that like work to actually level up their professions that crafting is inherently valuable in Final Fantasy XIV. Whereas in World of Warcraft, the reality is, you have the mats, you press craft all, and boom, it's done. That's all you need to craft. It's so easy that anybody can do it, and therefore there's no money to be made in it just through traditional crafting. You need to find like hidden markets and stuff like that. And so therefore I can make a guide in Final Fantasy XIV about like things that you can do to make money. Like I talked about certain fishing strategies that you can use to make money. Why does that work? Well, because a lot of people just aren't going to want to fish in Final Fantasy XIV. There is a slight element of skill to it, and it takes a fuck ton of time to actually level. So out of the people that actually are going to want to make gold, there's even fewer of them that are willing to actually level fishing. So it's something that, might actually benefit a few people. But in World of Warcraft, fishing, I will admit, is still kind of something most people don't want to do. But if you tell somebody like, level like jewel crafting and get this recipe and you can make a ton of money, most people would do it because it's not very hard. Jewel crafting takes literally like 30 minutes to get up to max level, and then boom, as long as you farm the requisite rep, you now have the same recipes that everybody else has. Whereas in Final Fantasy, if somebody wants to learn jewel crafting, they have to spend probably weeks of their time getting all that stuff completed, doing all the quest lines, doing all the crafts properly, or paying a ton of money on stuff that they won't immediately get a return on investment in. Also that later on, they can maybe craft things that will actually be really good. And that's another thing that's like kind of different about that game, where in Final Fantasy XIV, actually doing the top-end crafts in most cases is kind of hard. Because generally speaking, you want to craft something that's high quality. So if you don't play Final Fantasy XIV, there's, for crafted gear, there is like regular gear, and then there is high quality gear. High quality gear is not random. Think of it kind of like Titan Forging in WoW or War Forging in WoW. Like, you get like leech on your gear or something like that. It's like a random upgrade that's slightly better. That kind of thing. Except in Final Fantasy XIV, it's not random. When you're crafting a piece of gear, you have two bars. You have a progress bar, and you have a, I think it's just called a high quality bar. There might be like a special name for it, but I'm forgetting if that's the case. But you have like a second bar for making the item a high quality item. So if you finish the progress bar, the craft is complete. And then as you fill up the quality bar, yeah, it's called quality. That's right. So as you fill up the quality bar, you have a higher chance to actually get that craft to finish as a high quality piece of gear. And high quality gear has a lot more stats on it. So if they require the exact same materials, but you can get one that's high quality versus low quality, obviously the high quality piece is going to be worth a lot more. You see that being the case. But because you need to actually like you need to farm high quality materials, they've kind of changed that. Now it's like you can't farm raw materials at high quality, but you can get like high quality crafting components. That's going to be way too complex. I won't get into that. But basically, because there's like a lot of work that goes into actually getting a high quality piece, a lot of people just can't do it. So a lot of people are just unable to make high quality pieces. It's not necessarily the hardest thing in the world, but if you don't like put in the bare minimum level of effort to like do the research and understand like how the crafting works, it's very hard to just like go in blind and make a high quality piece, at least for the very top end of stuff. You need to at least understand the basics on like how the crafting profession works, because you have a rotation. Legit, you have like buttons that you need to press, and you need to press them in the right order to conserve your resources to maximize your quality on an item. And once you get really good at it, you can reliably get an item to 100% quality every single time, and then you make a lot of money off it. So in that case, when gold farming becomes like a skill-based thing, well, I can teach somebody the skill component on how to make money through high-quality crafting. But in World of Warcraft, there's nothing to teach. There's nothing to teach about, oh, so how you craft this item is you get all the materials and then you press craft all. Oh, wow. So the most I can do is make a short guide just telling you where to farm it yourself, which is what I did with like the 262 stuff. Like, if you don't want to craft it yourself, or even if you do, this is how you get the stuff. This is what you need. Go out, get it, bing, bang, boom. You now have your own 262 piece. I'm not going to tell you how to make money with that, because the reality is you don't. The only way you make money with that is by like flipping the materials for like trivial amounts of gold, which in my opinion just isn't worth the time. Some people have the time to spend on that though, so kudos to those people, I guess. Or you get into a market really early and you just make a shit ton off that. So a good example that's coming up, I guess if you're watching this now, is contracts. So Contract of the Enlightened. At this point, it's probably, the market's already crashed, I would imagine, because some people probably got in honored. But I think there's going to be a spike in the market when we see double legendaries coming out, because at that point, anybody who fell behind on rep farming is going to realize, oh shit, my entire guild is getting double legendaries this coming week, and I still haven't finished, getting to Revered. I'm not going to be able to get enough rep in time. And then they're going to check the auction house, buy a contract for the Enlightened, and use that to grind out that last bit of rep. So my theory is that this is going to be a decent way to make golds at that point in time. But this is pure speculation. I have no idea whether that's actually going to work, whether that's actually going to be a good way to make golds. That's just a guess, really. But, I guess if you're an inscriptionist and you are close to Revered, maybe consider that. And I feel confident saying that here because it's like, at this point, the amount of people that have probably watched this far into the video, it's not that many. If you are still watching, cool, thank you. And I know a lot of you do, and a lot of you like leave comments saying like, I'm still watching, like, I love the long form videos. That's great, love that. But the reality is, not a lot of people will, which is good in a sense, because it means that I can give tips like this, which if everybody knew about it, well, the market would be completely devalued. But because you watch this far, you get like this potential secret little tip. I don't know if that's actually going to play out, but that is like my current hypothesis. That is what I'm going to try to make gold on next week, or this coming Tuesday, I guess. And the Tuesday after that, because double legendaries don't unlock until not this coming Tuesday, but the Tuesday after. But I am going to be personally getting access to the contracts on Tuesday. So that's the point at which I'm going to be investing in them. And then I'll probably craft a bunch, see how they sell, and then if they aren't selling super well, then maybe I'll like wait and sell them when double legendaries come out. I don't know. I guess I'll have to see. But here I've finished. Yeah. Oh. Nice. Well, there's a bonus world quest up. This one's actually really easy, so I can go over here and think I pick up this thing, and it's literally just the quest that I did. Except, oh yeah, this one you have to get the 8 Gorm daughters. So where are they? It's these things, yeah. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is over there. Nice. That should be all of them. And I bring them back over here. And takes them a bit to follow. There they are. Doo-doo-doo. That should be all 8. And cool. That's a nice quick chunk of XP. Supplies needed, amber grease. Oh, so I have a bunch of quests to turn in here. Awesome.
Can craft all kinds of amazing things. They just need someone to bring them supplies. Someone like you.
And then... yeah, and then what a buzzkill. I usually do this one. So what a buzzkill, then... I could probably do those 2 quests. At this point, yeah, it can't hurt. And then, I really hope I get Halls of Atonement next. 10 minutes on that. Fingers crossed. That would make things a lot easier. But overall, I like this form of love loop. So I guess, to go off, like, the entire premise of this video is, I really think Threads of Fate is just chill. Honestly. It's just much more laid back than, like, traditional leveling. Because when I'm following a questline, I have to, like, follow a strict route. And I actually had this issue where you might notice I skipped, like, an entire gigantic section of the Paladin leveling. And that's because I basically just watched Netflix and grinded through the, like, Hillsbrad and Silverpine stories and stuff like that. And halfway through, I just got bored and I started doing random shit. Just went around to different zones, and I just could not follow my own guide. And I maintain that my guide it's the fastest route. But the thing is, when you've done it so many times, it's boring. Like, I just get so bored leveling. And then, like, a lot of people will ask me for my suggestions on, like, oh, if you're bored, like, if you get bored of this leveling route, what do you do next? And I don't know, it's like, my leveling guide exists for, like, the fastest theoretical route. If you don't like my leveling route, because guess what? A lot of times, I don't even like my own leveling route. It's fun to do every now and then. But if I'm leveling, like, too many characters, which lately I have been doing, I start to get tired of my own leveling route. It does get old after a certain amount of time. Okay, yeah, so I should talk to each one of them, just get credit for that, and then I think the other one is, like, up there? Yeah, Elder Finan. Shit. That one. And then the other one is down here, if I remember correctly. But yeah, so I did other zones. What zones did I do? I did the entirety of Spires of Iraq, which I like Spires. The only issue is it's just not really that efficient. I know some people hate it, but the thing is I've done, like, original Kata zones so much that, you know, every now and then just doing Spires again is kind of fun, because I don't really do the entire thing that often. So I did that. I also did some dungeons, which was kind of neat. Like, I did Scholomance and a few other ones. Like, some of the older dungeons. Nice, okay, so that's, take that. That's level 58. Then I should get a pretty big chunk from turning in this thing over here, and then I am done in Ardenweald. So I can toss all of these quests, not doing any of these games we play, blah, 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 blah. And yeah, that should be good. So go hand in this, and then probably on to Bastion next. Because I haven't turned in the Necrotic Wake one. So I'm much closer than I am for Maldraxxus. So hand in this, and I don't know if this is going to end up replacing my heirloom weapon, so I'm just going to hold on to it. I guess it doesn't matter because I'm going to get, like, the anima gear bare minimum. Wait, oh, I missed a bonus objective. Shit. That's the thing. There's so much stuff in Ardenweald that's just really efficient. So I actually feel like it's more efficient for me to just do like extra past this in Ardenweald just because of how efficient it all is, compared to trying to do inefficient stuff in Maldraxxus just to force completion on one of these things. I don't know. I don't see that being worth it. And then, yeah, I should, if I use my wormhole generator really soon, I want to get that out of the way ASAP. Then by the time my next dungeon is over, which, crossing my fingers, I really want it to be Halls of Atonement, I should be able to pop back over to Revendreth and hand that in. I hope. But maybe I can't. We'll see, though. I still have Hearth in Oribos, which is, yeah, that's ideal. So here, I'm going to do a big pull. Just grab a bunch of stuff. I want to make sure they don't leash, though. So I'm going to try to... Okay. Yeah, this is perfect. So they're all grouped up, and then Divine Soul. Lay on hands. Reapply Consecration. Nice. Perfect. It's actually really fucking good. Whew. Okay. Then clean my bags because OCD. Alright. Yeah, and that gives bonus renown too, so that's good. Let's go to Bastion, home of the Kyrian. Cool, cool. Alright, what else? I probably have time to talk about, like, one more, like, big story or something. Or actually, Here, let's, here's the next good one that I can talk about. Should also, maybe I should do the world quest here. I could do that. Yeah, that's an easy one. I'm usually able to do that in, like, one try. And then... I am a bit short on Bastion, which worries me slightly. I don't know how I'm going to get... Because I need, what, 22%? I'm not sure how I'm going to get 22% in Bastion with what I have. Unless I do one more Necrotic Wake, which I might just need to do. It might also just not be worth it. We'll see, though. I need 4 minutes anyway. So I might as well do this pet battle. And then after this, I hand in the quest, and we'll see. So this is... Flying Starlit Magic. So... Flying, we uncheck flying. Flutter, sure. Alright, this should work. So, aquatic pets. I always open with moth dust. I feel like out of all the flying pets, moths are just the best, honestly. Because they have moth dust, which is like a really hard-hitting ability that has a chance to stun. Then they have this thing, which is just a soft immunity for one turn. And then their general abilities are usually good, unless that one whiffs and only hits one time, which it doesn't normally do, but oh well. Now I can do this. That's one pet done with. Then I might get one shot here, but maybe not. Oh, no, I'm still alive. But yeah, I get stunned. Okay, that's unfortunate. Now I'm dead. That's fine, though, because I can swap to Iron Starlit and then just one-tap him with Wind Up. Unless it stuns me. Please don't stun me. I could get really fucked here. Ooh, this is bad. Yeah, so these pets are really annoying. The ones that have... I think it's... Which one is it? Horn Attack. Horn Attack is a cancer ability because it has a chance to just stun you over and over and over. At least it can't do it 2 times in a row, but if you swap pets repeatedly, it can like mega fuck you that way. And here I am just really fucked because this guy's gonna one-tap me. Moonfire right here. In theory, I could have used Wind Up, but sometimes it goes straight out with Moonfire, in which case, no, I can't really do that. I should still be fine, though. I'm still alive. Just gonna keep doing this ability over and over. Okay, now I'm dead. Then just hit him with the 1. And now I'm magic, so I'm gonna survive this hit. Yeah. But 1 more and it should kill me, and I have a buffer. Alright, yeah, I win. Nice. Alright, easy. Pet battles are stressful. I don't know, I like it. It's just like, a lot of times, I've done that one a million times, but I still sometimes worry. It's like, what if the enemy gets a random crit? And then I get like absolutely fucked and have to restart. It's like, getting pet battles done efficiently, a lot of times I way overthink it, but I enjoy it. Like I said before, I would not mind if they made that into like a mobile game. I would actually play that. And that gave, 7%? That wasn't bad for the amount of time it took. But yes, what was I talking about? So what I wrote on here, one of the stories is I don't know. So I need 15%. Okay, 15% isn't bad. Now, I've said this before, but if you watch my videos and you come out of the videos with the impression that I'm like some shining beacon of morality, I don't know what you're watching, but like, I'm pretty clear about the fact that sometimes I'm kind of an asshole. Like, I'm not proud of it, but I've definitely done things every once in a while that like, I'm like, yeah, that was a really dick thing to do. Why the fuck did I do that? And I'd like to tell these stories because, you know, I'm not proud of what I did. In this case, I think I was somewhat justified, but I'm not like proud. Like in hindsight, I'm like, you know, I should have just shut my mouth here. That was a dumb fucking thing to say. But, you know, by basically highlighting the dumb fucking thing that I said, it kind of encourages me not to do it again. At least that's how I see it. But okay, so the story that I'm thinking of, right, is this was one of the early guilds that I joined on Sanctum. And they were not like a super serious mythic guild. Like I was definitely kind of, yes! Oh! Halls of Atonement. Let's go! Wait, they're already halfway done! Let's go! That's so good! They did the hardest part! Oh, what the hell did I do to deserve this? Okay. Nice. What the fuck? I am way too lucky. I did not deserve this. Holy shit. Like, you can't make this shit up. It's not only Halls of Atonement, it's literally through the like, not even the hardest part, just the longest part. The entire, like, long section of halls is already done. What the fuck? Oh my god. This guy's on my server. Spicy water. The fuck is that, dude? Oh my god. Alright, well that's lucky. And I think the quest, yeah, the quest is just Lord Chamberlain. Sick. Alright. Well, that worked out surprisingly well. Anyways, so back to my point about me being an asshole who probably does not deserve to get this lucky, but you know, you know how it is. Anyways, so I was in this guild, not a super serious guild. They were, admittedly, this is why I don't feel quite as bad, because the officers were also assholes. It was one of those things where, you know, they were very, like, preachy, and they would act like, you know, everybody had to be like super duper nice and like, oh, you know, we don't tolerate like mean stuff here. But it was like it kind of like that thing where it's like, you know, when I'm toxic, I'm toxic. When they're toxic, oh, they're just having a bad day, you know? It's not a big deal, that kind of thing. So that's why I think it was like a little bit bullshit. Now, once again, that other people being toxic does not excuse me being toxic. And that's what I want to make clear. But I did really dislike this guild because of like the attitude they had. Like, I always feel like, you know, if you're gonna be an asshole, at least like own up to it, you know? Like, if I say something that is way over the top, I will pretty much always say, hey, yeah, no, that was a shitty thing for me to say. Like, you know, the other day, I kind of snapped at somebody in my guild. Like, we were in the middle of a dungeon, and I was kind of pissy because, like, you know, we were doing a pull, and it didn't go well, and I got, like, really tilted and stuff like that. And after the dungeon, I messaged them, and I was like, hey, you know, I was out of line there. You know, I snapped at you, and I was a dick. Plain and simple. I was a dick. I should not have said that. That is my bad. That type of thing. So, you know, I am fully upfront about, like, the shit that I do sometimes. I'm not proud of it. But, you know, I at least try to just say, yeah, sometimes I can be an asshole. Sorry about that. But I hate when people act like assholes and then act like they're not acting like assholes. Because at that point, you're just fake. And I fucking hate that. And that's kind of what these people were doing. So, I didn't like that. But there was one druid when we were doing Mythic Remnant of Ner'zhul progression. And this guy was dog shit. And I feel comfortable saying that because I don't even remember his name. Like, if you were to ask me now, oh, what was the druid named? I couldn't even tell you. So, I might as well be making up, like, or be making fun of, like, some invisible person, right? Because to me, they, at this point, are just a figment of my imagination. Maybe this story never even happened. I don't know, but I'm just kidding. It happened. I just genuinely don't remember the dude's name. So, I feel comfortable saying he was absolute dog shit because I could not tell you the name of this person if I tried. I don't even remember, well, I remember it was one of two guilds. I forget which guild it occurred in, because there were two guilds that I joined early Sanctum that were both pretty similar in terms of being pretty bad. So I forget which one of the two it was, but I remember both of their names. It was just one of those. I forget which guild it was in, because both of them had some serious issues with Remnant of Ner'zhul progress. Because I joined another guild after this one. I'm pretty sure it was the first one that this happened in. And they were stuck on Remnant too. So that was not fun. But this guild, hard stuck in Remnant. And it was really annoying because some people just could not, for the life of them, understand basic mechanics. You know, if you've seen Remnant, you know what I'm talking about. Some people just get really fucking confused about the mechanics, and they keep getting knocked off the platform. And this druid had also just been really bad overall. He was constantly bottom damage, he was constantly dying to mechanics, and he DC'd a lot. So, basically, complete dead weight. In most other guilds, you would have benched him, but he was like a friend of the officers, or something like that. And I'll admit, I was tilted, because I'm sitting here, and I'm like trying to actually perform well, do my best, get this fucking boss down, and most other people in the raid were also kind of tilted, because, you know, they were, you know, sitting there trying to do their best, trying to get the boss down. And then this guy shows up, does fucking 0 damage, and dies to mechanics constantly, and then half the time he just DCs mid-pull. So, one time on Remnant, in the middle of a pull, he gets shot off the side of the platform, and then DCs. And he was perfectly fine up until the DC. I think you probably know where I'm going with this. Perfectly fine up until the DC, and then suddenly he's off the platform. Like, he's out of position once again for the knockback, gets shot off, dies, and then we wipe like 2 minutes later, and he's AFK. And he's AFK. And not offline, mind you. Like, obviously, when you DC, you go offline. But he's not offline at all. He's just still, his body's sitting there, completely connected to the game. Then, like, he's gone for like 10 minutes. Then 10 minutes later, like his character goes offline, comes back on like 30 seconds later, tops, and then he says, "Oh, sorry guys, I DC'd." And I was so fucking pissed because not only did has he caused like multiple wipes tonight, but now we're sitting there literally just waiting. It was already past break time. We had already taken a break. Can't just do another break. I mean, we had to, right? Because we didn't have anybody else to replace him, and we weren't about to pull with 19 players. But I'm just sitting there waiting to pull, and he's like, "Oh, sorry, I DC'd." And I queued my mic, and I'm like, "Oh, you DC'd? Sure, dude. You totally didn't just fucking fake it." And a bunch of people spoke up and were like, "Oh my god, that's toxic. Oh, you can't say that. That's so mean." And you know what? In hindsight, okay, I know I am kind of taking the piss out of him, but yeah, it was kind of toxic. I shouldn't have said it. I should have just let the guy say he DC'd, and I get it. He was trying to save face. I've been there, right? Well, I've never faked a DC. I've never gone that far. But I've been in that position of like, you fuck up a lot and, you're super embarrassed and whatever. But I was so fucking pissed and I just snapped at it. And I forget exactly what I said, but I definitely, I think I said it meaner than like how I worded it now. I was pretty fucking mean about it. That said, I was not the only one pissed off. Like, there were other people there, obviously, who were annoyed at this happening. But basically, the people who were mad at me were the officers. I ended up quitting the guild the week after. Obviously, they were not thrilled with that. They tried to, like, have a conversation. It was, like, one of those things where they were like, we want to have an officer meeting with you about it. And I kind of said, fuck off. Like, I said, look, I know what I said was kind of an asshole thing to say, but I did say, to be fair, that dude shouldn't have been dying nonstop. Like, even if you want to tell me that, like, look, he does have internet issues, because they were like, oh, that's so mean to say. Like, he's had internet issues for years, and it's not something that you should make fun of him for. And, okay, fair. Like, I get that it probably was, like, an actual thing. But at a certain point, I also do think that it's like, yeah, maybe I shouldn't have said that, but also as officers, I do think it's a bit weird to be, like, criticizing me for getting upset at that. Like, you're the ones not benching him. I shouldn't have taken it out on that guy. If anything, I do feel like if I had gone to the officers and said, why the fuck is this guy still in the raid? I would have been 100% justified, because regardless of whether or not somebody's having internet issues, if you're known to have internet issues for years, as they put it, and this is a regular occurrence where you just die on bosses because your internet cuts out in the middle of a pull multiple times a night, I'm sorry, but you should not be mythic raiding. Now, I'm going to be real. I'm not convinced that was the case. I genuinely believe that he faked it, and I still do. I just think it was a bit of an asshole thing for me to call him out on it. But I do think that there's a certain level of, if you're going to put your friend in a position where he has to fake DCs or act like, or make people think he's faking DCs because he's constantly dying and, holding the entire 19-man raid back because of it, you're just a shitty friend and a shitty GM. At that point, if you're too afraid to tell your friend, hey man, we can't have you here because, you're having internet issues, if he doesn't get that, then he's a shit friend. I don't know. Like, if I had to tell one of my friends that, like, hey man, you're DCing every single pull, I can't have you in raid right now, they'd get it. I'm pretty sure any of my friends would be like, yeah, no, I totally understand. I'm a liability to the raid. Maybe I'm crazy. But that is one of those things where I look back on it. I know I might sound like I'm defending myself, and I kind of am, because I do think that the whole situation was kind of fucked. To be clear, I feel bad about what I said to the guy. He wasn't a good player, but he didn't deserve what I said to him, for sure. But I do think the officer core and that whole situation was just mega fucked up. And that's why, like, I feel like every time a guild, like, struggles, it's because of the officers. It's because they, they set the example. They're the ones who... Oh, I'm supposed to drain these guys, not kill them. I always forget that. I don't do this quest a lot. But yeah, like as an officer, you're setting the example for everybody else. And if you're allowing things like that in your raid, it sets like a bad precedent, you know? If I feel like, oh, anybody can just show up DC constantly and, nothing happens, then what am I supposed to take away from that? It's a bad look. And well, since we're already talking about instances of me being toxic, this one was admittedly much further in the past, and um, yeah, it was more just like dumb. Like I should have just quit the guild because it was the GM who I was like kind of an asshole to. But it was one of those cases where that's the thing. I'd like to think that I'm only toxic to people who somewhat deserve it, and except in like the previous case, like I said, that guy didn't deserve it. The officers deserved it for not talking to him and sitting in and causing that whole situation. That guy did not deserve it. It's not his fault if his internet really was DCing. But in the case of this story, so this is probably going to be the final story of this episode, just because I'm almost done with Bastion, and then I'm basically done with Revendreth, because I'm just going to pop over there, turn in the quest, and then I'll be finished. But this is the guild that I was in early Nighthold. So early on in Nighthold, it was one of the first, I wouldn't say first like mythic progression guilds I had been in, because I had been in some before. But I've talked before about how one of my first like instances getting into mythic raiding was in WoD. And back in WoD, I did a lot of challenge modes with my friend Paul. And Paul was on one of my streams briefly. He appeared. He was a lot of people liked him because he basically just challenged everybody in chat to a duel, and then basically said that he would 1v1 everybody without wearing armor. And yeah, it was weird. But I remember, yeah, people seemed to like Paul. So Paul was basically the person who got me into like mythic raiding. And back in WoD, I had been friends with him for years, but he was basically like a top 10 world raider. I forget what guild he was in. He wasn't like in one of the top 10 guilds, but I think it was like top 15 or something like that. He played at like a super high level. And I was never like a super high end raider, but basically in his free time, he would help me out and like teach me stuff. And in WoD, we did a lot of challenge modes. And while we were doing challenge modes, like, you needed to get certain gear and whatnot. So I was trying to get like well-itemized tank gear, which was at the time high multi-strike pieces for Blood DK for challenge modes. And one of the one of the best pieces that you could get was Hellrender, which was a weapon that you got off Fell Lord Zakuun, I think was his name, boss in HFC. And I pugged that boss like every single week, could not get it. And finally, my friend Paul came up with the idea of, oh, well, I'm going to bring you in as a trial for my Mythic guild, which at that time, that guild was not like top 10 world. Like he was top 10 world in like MoP and Kata, I think. But by the time WoD came around, he was just like in a top like 300 guild or something like that. Because challenge modes were like his bigger focus. So he was just like, yeah, I just care about cutting edge, that kind of thing. But still like a higher end guild. And this is, at the time, I had not done mythic raiding at all. So I'm jumping into this like top 300 world situation when I had never been doing mythic raiding at all before, and he was trying to get me to trial for this guild so that they could feed me loot because he said that nobody needed Hellrender. So he was like, oh, well, if Hellrender drops, then you're going to be the only person in the raid who needs it, so we could get you that for challenge modes. And I was kind of uncomfortable with the situation because I didn't like the idea of basically fake trialing. Like, I kind of expressed that, like, I really didn't want to do this, but he would, like, he kind of, I almost don't want to say, like, convinced me that I would pass the trial, but he basically kind of said, like, oh, I'll teach you how to play Unholy DK, which I had never played, because I played Blood, but they didn't need a tank. So he was trying to get me to trial as a DPS, and he was like, I'll teach you Unholy, you'll do fine, and then we can raid together, or something like that. And I didn't really know that much about, like, high-end Mythic progression, so I was like, okay, if you're sure that you'll be able to teach me enough to, like, raid there, like, I didn't really know what I was getting into, but I did tell him I kind of feel uncomfortable about this, because I don't really think I'll be able to perform at that level, but he was like, nah, you can tank challenge modes, you'll be fine. But, like, tanking and DPSing are, like, two very different things. And even then, I wasn't, like, the best tank ever. I'm obviously still not the best tank ever, but I'd like to think I am a pretty damn good tank at this point. And even now, I can't just pick up any DPS spec and immediately learn how to play it. There is, like, some learning curve there. At this point, I'm fairly confident enough to learn most stuff, but not, like, right off the bat, and especially not back then. All that to say, it was a pretty uncomfortable experience, having to, like, jump into something that I wasn't familiar with. I did not have a very fun time, and it didn't go well, believe it or not. I did not really enjoy being put on the spot like that. I did not perform super well in that trial, because obviously, you know, at that level, it's kind of impossible to just teach somebody how to play a spec and expect them to do amazing. I'd like to think I didn't do terrible, but not doing terrible is different than performing well enough to pass a trial for a top, 300 world guild or whatever. So that kind of, like, soured my mood when it came to, rating, like, at a high end. And I knew I wanted to get into rating more. And in Legion, I kind of, like, I still did dungeons with my friend Paul, but when he asked me to, like, join his guild again, I first was like, no. I was like, I want to do my own thing. I want to become comfortable with raiding on my own, joining, like, my own guilds and stuff. So I did, like, all the applications myself. I learned how to do that on my own, so that I could feel, like, comfortable and, more importantly, like, confident about it. And, basically become more sure of, like, myself as a player. Like, not basing, like, my opinion on myself around, like, what Paul was telling me, And early Legion, like Emerald Nightmare and stuff, like, I did some Mythic progression, but it was, like, lower end. Like, I think the farthest I got was, like, up to Il'gynoth. I was in, like, some lower tier guilds. I think I've already talked about, there was some good, juicy drama that went on in those guilds, but it wasn't, like, raid related. Like, I've talked before about, like, Emerald Nightmare. I was in Warsong Battalion, which was a PvP RP guild on Emerald Dream. And I think I've talked in detail at this point about, like, all the drama shit that went on in that guild. It was wild, but it had nothing to do with Mythic raiding. But then, after the fact, like, after all that, I had, by that point, become pretty confident in my ability to tank. Like, I felt pretty sure of myself to the extent where I knew that, like, I knew what I was doing, especially, like, Emerald Nightmare Nightholds. By the end of all that, I was comfortable with the mechanics. I knew everything that was going on. I was, like, I knew how to research stuff. I knew how to read Warcraft logs. Basically, I was comfortable in my ability to tank. And then around this time, in, like, mid-early Nightholds, my friend Paul, along with a few other friends that I had run challenge modes with, basically asked me to tank for their guilds. They were not the leaders, but they were officers in the guild. So it was kind of a split off guild on the one that they had been playing in during WoD. So still a lot of good players, but it wasn't like the same top 300 world guild. It was like a lot of the same people, just different. And at that point, I was like, yeah, sure. If they need a tank, the thing that I'm actually comfortable playing, and, it's not like something that they're forcing me into. They needed somebody to tank, and they asked me if I wanted to do it. And I was like, yeah, sure. I felt much more confident doing that. And here, I'm still short XP. So we do dungeons. That is, at this point, the best way that I can get XP. Just grind out dungeons for that last bit up to 59. Or up to, from 59 to 60. I could also do that world quest in Ardenweald. If 12 minutes pass, I'll do that one. That's, like, really quick. But yeah, so I felt, like, much more confident in my tanking ability at this point. I was like, yeah, sure, you know, I'll tank for you guys. And the guild leader was, I won't say his name, but he was this paladin, prop pally, so he was my co-tank. And he was bad. He was very, very, very bad. Now, I say very bad, and like, he wasn't the worst player in the world, but he was playing prop paladin, which historically, I mean, this has never changed. Prop paladin has always been a tank where it can do a lot of damage, but if you don't know how to play it properly, you can get absolutely blasted in terms of survivability. And this was 100% the case with this dude. He understood mostly how to do damage. He wasn't even like that good at damage, right? Like I was still beating him. I was playing a Guardian Druid at the time. And technically speaking, prop paladins were like one of the top DPS. We don't have Knife A, I guess? Okay, this guy's Knife A. Cool. Oh, Knife A Paladin. Ooh. Alright, fancy. Yeah, so he was playing prop paladin. He had honestly no idea how to survive on a prop paladin, and that made my life very difficult. Because I, obviously, to this day, still really like doing damage on the tank. And I can tell you that anybody who knew me back then knew that was even more so the case. I was like a mega damage whore back then. Like, I still kind of am. I'm still mostly like a massive damage whore, massive parse whore. But at this point, I'll at least like on progression, I don't really care about parses. Because I know that progression is what matters. Like, to me now, it's like, if we're doing farm or something like that, I'm going for parses. That's like the only thing that brings me joy in like farm rating at this point. But progression, yeah, you know, it's fine. But back in the day, it didn't fucking matter. I was running full damage build. I was going for parses. You could not stop me. That was like early me, like Legion, when I first learned about like Warcraft logs and stuff like that. So I'm obviously building my tank for damage. And that's like my top priority. But on top of that, I wasn't dying. Like, I had no issues with that. But I was having to basically take on all of this extra responsibility on most boss fights, like extra taunt swap stacks, all like the hard tanking jobs and stuff like that, because this guy just didn't fucking know how to do his job. So because he didn't know how to do his job, I ended up having to work twice as hard, basically. Now, that alone, really annoying. But what pushed me over the edge, the thing that I just absolutely couldn't stand. Actually, wait, no. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm teasing the end of the story when I haven't gotten to the best part. Because the best part, I would say the thing about him that annoyed me the most, outside of his playstyle, like, he sucked at playing the game, but that wasn't the thing that, like, my friends and I still joke about to this day about what made this dude so insufferable. This guy was one of those, how do I put this, like, SoundCloud people. So I'm sure most people, you know the type, right? Where they have a SoundCloud, they think they're like some hotshot rapper or something like that, and they never stop talking about it. And it's the most annoying fucking thing in the planet. And it's funny because, like, there's actually like an old Filthy Frank video which came up in my recommendation, and that's why I thought about it again. But Filthy Frank has a video exactly about this type of shit. And I remember watching that like years and years ago and thinking it was funny, but you know, you think like a lot of that shit is just like those people are caricatures, right? And then I met this guy, which is like literally the person in the Filthy Frank video. Like, he just does not shut up about it. All he talks about is his fucking SoundCloud. And he, like, this is how fucking crazy it got. He started offering people gold and whatever the equivalent to, like, DKP that we ran was. Like, gold and DKP for subscribing to his SoundCloud or whatever. And not only was this, in my opinion, a blatant misuse of power, but, you know, whatever, right? Like, it's his guild. Technically, he can do whatever he wants. But also, how fucking cringy is that? I'm gonna YOLO it. Alright, it worked. I have the reads. So, yeah, super cringy. Like,
getting people to sub to his SoundCloud to get like DKP or whatever. But obviously, like, you know, I probably should have just in hindsight said fuck it, whatever, you know, when in Rome. But I decided that I was just gonna not do that, and I spent most of my time just like mercilessly making fun of him, which pissed him off, because, you know, he's the GM and I'm his co-tank, and I would just spend like half the time in the raid shit-talking him in his SoundCloud, and I like refused to do like whatever the subscription thing is. Like, I think it was like just follow his SoundCloud or whatever. I don't know how SoundClouds work, because I never fucking touched it, but he wouldn't shut up about it. But I messed with him the entire time. But I started getting really fucking tilted towards the end, because Spellblade Aloria was the final straw, the thing that pushed me over the edge. So Spellblade... Oh. I guess it's not that way. I'm bad at... Yeah, I'm bad at math, I guess. Yeah, so Spellblade Aloria pushed me over the edge. If you don't know that fight, because at this point I would imagine that, like, most people, it's probably, you know, before their time. I'm constantly surprised to find out how many people didn't play Legion, and, like, I'm sorry for you if that is the case. You missed out. Legion, banger X-Pack overall. Even though I did get into some wild guild drama during it, which in some cases made it less fun, but overall the content was great. Guild drama was just the shitty part. But Spellblade Aloria was honestly a good fight. Just a good fight that had the potential to be ruined by like one or two people who just did not fucking know what they were doing. And basically, the way the fight worked is you tanked her. You could tank her anywhere in the in like this main courtyard area. She would like patrol around. So it was kind of interesting in that you kind of determined like the place where the boss room would be, because you could pull her wherever. And we picked Flower, right? Yeah, so we picked this one area near the central area of the zone, like where the night hold or the night well is or whatever. And that's where we chose to pull her. It was like on a set of stairs or something like that. I think that was like the standard strategy, but I don't know for sure, so I don't want to like say that was the standard strategy and then somebody goes into the comments and goes, actually, most people pulled her here. I don't fucking know. We pulled her onto the stairs, and there was this ad that would spawn on Mythic. Maybe I can find it in the Dungeon Journal. So, raids... Damn. I guess, yeah, it's Leaf. So, Legion... Nighthold, Spellblade, Aloria on Mythic. So, her main tank buster was this thing, Annihilate. And I always remember it because she would go, like, Annihilate every time she casted it. So, it was, like, really good. Yeah, so she does, like, a big barrage, hit pretty fucking hard, and then primary target takes 75% additional damage from Spellblade Aloria's physical attacks for 1.5 minutes. So, you would let this usually stack up to 2, and the second one obviously would really hurt, so you would need like a major defensive for that, all that fun stuff. And then she basically like did these frost things around the room, and there were like these rings, I remember, that you had to like dodge. I forget exactly, it's been a hot minute since I've done Spellblade Aloria, to be honest. But Fell Soul, this was the fucking thing. So Fell Soul had, yeah, so if the Fell Soul is greater than 45 yards away from her, they both gain haste, increased damage dealt, etc., etc. And it doesn't say exactly how much. All you need to know is that if this ad, which was Mythic only, got too far away from Spellblade Aloria, she would basically start one-shotting the tank, same with the Fell Soul. So you needed to keep the ad and the boss within 45 yards of each other. But it had this ability. Aloria's Fell Soul strikes her enemy, dealing a lot of damage and stuff like that. This thing hit really fucking hard. And then this thing. Slashes, dealing 32k, split evenly amongst all frontal enemies within 8 yards. And then there was like all these other effects. Oh! Bye-bye! Alright. I'm gonna keep going. But, yeah, so, like, I remember the way that this mechanic, I think Blizzard intended it to be, is you just had to kind of tank it along with the boss. I think they intended for Aloria to be like a council fight, where she had like this second ad, and then you had to like deal with the decimate or something like that, but then you had to like drag it slightly away from her at certain points. And that's like one strategy, but that was so much harder because you had like Whirling Barrage. This thing was like really fucking annoying. And then you had Fell Lash, which like this was already like a very raid damage heavy fight. So Fell Lash was like a lot of damage if you had to like split it with the raid. So the way that you would do that mechanic is you would have one tank hold a L'Oreal for most of the fight. Then the other tank would hold the ad basically in a different section of the room. So I would hold the boss on the stairs, and then the other tank would hold the ad like kind of away from the group. And he was a prop paladin, so the idea was the moment that the frontal cleave that like you have to split amongst the entire raid was going to go out, he would immediately bubble and soak the entire thing.
Watch your step.
But it wasn't that simple, because basically the moment you bubble,
Watch your step.
it targets somebody else.
Interrupt.
So the idea would be you need to bubble the moment the thing is about to go off so that it either hits you, or by the time she retargets somebody, she's out of range, so it hits nobody and does no damage. And
Interrupt.
he could not do this for the life of him. Sometimes he would miss his bubble entirely and get one shot. Sometimes he would bubble too early, and then it would fade, and then he would get one shot. Sometimes he would bubble too early, and then it would target me and one shot me. And then sometimes he would just drag the boss onto the raid and one shot the raid. And there were so many different ways that he managed to fuck up the Fell Soul on Spellblade L'Oreal. It boggled the mind. And he refused to admit that there was a problem. Like, I kept saying, dude, what is going on? And I even said, do you want me to tank the Fell Soul? Like, we can just do the regular strategy. If you can't handle the bubble, then I will just tank the Fell Soul. I will, assign me like a group of people to soak it with, and we'll fucking do it or something. But if you can't do it, just say something. But he was like, no. I got this. And it was like 3 nights in a row that he don't got this. He's just dying constantly over and over and over to this Fell Soul. And I was just so tilted because he was one of those people. It's just so full of himself, constantly like acting like he's this really good tank, constantly saying he's like, basically bragging about like how well he plays Prop Alley, then going and talking about his SoundCloud and like telling people like, oh, my SoundCloud's so good, you should like subscribe to it or whatever. And then every single raid night, he shows up and just hard fucking trolls the entire night and does nothing about it because he's the GM. And because he's the GM, I can't say shit. I have to word everything in like the nice, polite way, or he starts like getting into that like, what are you insinuating type of thing, because he can't take criticism at all. Just not a fun situation overall. So finally, one night, after like 5 pulls in a row, he's just dying over and over and over to this mechanic. I finally got tilted. I cued my mic and I said, holy shit, dude, you are so fucking dogshit at this game. And that was like one of the last pulls of the night. We ended raid early because he got way too tilted, and I got kicked out of the guild the next day. So, yeah, not my proudest moment. But, I was not in a good mood. Like I said, did he somewhat deserve that? Yes, he was a terrible tank, and honestly, just kind of an asshole. But should I have just shut my mouth and just kind of done what I was supposed to do? Yeah, I probably should have. I shouldn't have fucking said anything. But I am not the best at shutting my mouth sometimes. I'll be the first to admit that. So, that was an interesting situation. And then, of course, my friends were pissed off at me because, like, they all agreed with me, right? Like, my friends, Paul, Chris, etc., they were all laughing their asses off. They thought it was the funniest shit ever because they wanted to say shit like that, but didn't. But then they were like, God, you're such a fucking idiot, dude. Why did you say that? Because now you're going to get kicked, and now, like, we can't raid with you. In the end, I think they only ended up staying for, like, another week or so because they were also kind of fed up. But they were like, it was kind of because I had to say something, I basically ended up forcing them into eventually finding a new guild because they, we obviously wanted to raid together. But, a lot of times that's what happens. A lot of times I admit I can't keep my mouth shut and I end up saying stuff that like everybody's thinking, but nobody wants to say. And then I'm like, okay, I guess I have to be the asshole to say it, huh? And, it's how it goes. I'm not proud of it, but it does give me funny stories to talk about, I suppose. So that's something. And then I guess I think that's like it. And then I'm almost fucking done with this stupid quest. I was hoping that dungeon would get me to 60 because like that would have been the perfect ending point. I could have just been like, okay, and that's it. Now we're done. But now it's like I'm not quite done. Well, any minute now. How much does this stuff give? This gives 1k. That's not going to be enough. I'm going to have to do a bit more. I don't even know if this quest is going to be enough. It probably won't be. Because this is, 10k XP. Like, realistically speaking, what I was thinking before is I queue for a dungeon, I kill one boss, and that gives me enough XP, and then I leave. But I feel like that would be a dick move. Like, if I'm going to leave, I should leave at the start. I don't want to leave, like, midway through. Not really feeling like doing that. How many of these fucking things do I need to kill? Are there any other quests that are, like, not long as shit? Oh my god! Is it over? Any second now. This RP. While I edit this, okay, so Druid dying on Remnant and the SoundCloud story are now finished. I still have, how many? Oh, I have a lot of TV shows to talk about. I don't know when the next episode of Leveling Something is going to be. I think what I might do is... Okay, that one is fast at least. What I'm thinking of doing, well, I'm definitely going to do a video of gearing a character at like a fresh 60 character in patch 9.2. Because that's something that actually a lot of people have requested. So I figure that I'll definitely do that video. And I might basically do like a quick thing of like, oh, this is like some of the best ways to gear like a fresh level 60 character. I've already done like an alt catch-up video, so I don't want to really go too into that. But what I'll probably do in addition to that is just record the entire process of me getting my paladin caught up, which maybe I'll do later tonight. I'm not sure. Like once everybody's like done with keys, I'll just record myself doing that. But I might make that kind of like this type of format where it's like gearing a level 60 character, a fresh 60 character in patch 9.2 or something to that effect. And that'll be like same format as these leveling runs, but instead of leveling, it's just doing the campaign, doing like little secret stuff for gear, like tomorrow's video, which is going to be about how to how to easily get 246 gear, which is something that I will talk about in that video. So stay tuned for that. If you've watched all of my recent videos, you probably already know what the easy 246 gear is, but if you haven't, then that might be a bit of a surprise. Is that it's only 5k? What about the Endmeyer quest? One down there. I think that one's pretty easy. Maybe I'll just do that. And this is why I always say that, like, it's worth doing the Bastion campaign. Now, I did the Bastion campaign up until the point where I just couldn't continue because, well, infused rubies. Do I just need to kill stuff? Oh, no, it's those things. Okay. Yeah, so I did the Bastion campaign until I couldn't go any further. But the Darkmoon Fair buff actually means that you're able to do the Bastion campaign all the way to its conclusion. And that's why it's so good. Because it's more efficient than any of the stuff that I'm doing right now. So we've officially scraped the bottom of the barrel. The only thing I could do right now, which would be more efficient, is dungeons. So, in terms of pure efficiency, I do want to be clear. Right now, dungeons would be faster. But it would be like, I would join a dungeon, kill like one boss, and then leave. And I just, at this point, I don't feel comfortable doing that. I'd rather just do side quests. So, if you're really looking for maximum efficiency, that's what you should do. But yeah, no. I always kind of say, take that idea with a grain of salt. It might be the most efficient, but it is, admittedly, a dick move. Now, where is this last ruby? I do not know where the last ruby is. Oh, there's one. Can I... What's this? Yeah, well, apparently this thing does nothing. Okay, hand this in over here. And this gives me, what, 15k? That should be... Maybe? Oh my god. I need, like, 1 or 2 more treasures, basically. I don't even... Can I, like, pick up a treasure and then... Like, is this thing just lootable? No. Of course it's not that simple. But okay, so there's something underneath this bridge. I've never done this treasure before. It's in the Cleaved World Eater corpse. And then please, I hope that's enough. Yeah, I see it. That gave me... I'm going to go ahead and say that this is probably enough. I can probably go back to Orvos, turn in those quests, and finally complete this. This is how inefficient it is without Darkmoon Fair buff. This is probably going to be around like 5 hours because I haven't included the time that I did Bastion in here. But yeah, it was not the most effective. Oh, I had trading favors too. I could have just done that. Oh well. Hindsight is 20/20. And then we go over here and hand in this. Nice! Done. Alright, that's it for this video. So, hopefully you got like a good window into the fact that Threads of Fate is like much more chill. Other than like, you know, the times where it wasn't. I will say, World PvP makes it a little bit less chill. That was not very fun. But other than that, you know, I thought it was pretty laid back. And it's even easier if you do it with Darkmoon Fair buff, unlike what I did here. But yeah, so tomorrow's video, going to show how to get easy 246 gear. Then Prototype Pantheon Tank Guide should be Wednesday. Thursday, I haven't decided what I'll upload yet, but we'll see. I'm going to try to get everything out like soon-ish. Tank guides will come out whenever I have time to like actually put in the work to make them properly. But we'll see. Like I said, at some point in the next few months, you can also expect like a Final Fantasy of Realm Reborn speedrun, but you know, that's in the future. But yeah, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed it, and I will catch you in the next one. Peace.